Game 5 was make or break for the Philadelphia Phillies, who hoped the playoff spotlight wouldn't fade on them. Even with Atlanta's John Smoltz cruising along, there would be no Philly fade on this night. True playoff intensity, and along with it, unlikely heroes. Well hit base hit. And the Phillies take a 2-1 lead on a single by the pitcher, Danny Jackson. The 2-2, breaking ball to strike him out. Fly ball to left. Thompson still going back, and the wall, great leaping catch. And one last chance for Atlanta. Up the middle right of Barnini, steps on the bag for one. This series is even at 2 wins apiece. CBS Sports welcomes you to Atlanta Fulton County Stadium for Game 5 of the National League Championship Series between the Philadelphia Phillies and the Atlanta Braves. And welcome back to Atlanta. I'm Sean McDonough along with Tim McCarver, and it's great to have you with us for Game 5. This series is indeed dead even at 2 wins apiece following last night's thrilling 2-1 victory for Philadelphia. A game featured by 26 men left on base, a league championship series record. And it was one of those nights when the little plays were really the big plays.
Yeah, Sean, it said that in baseball, if you do the routine things routinely and you have the talent, you're going to win your fair share of the games. Well, the Phillies last night, they messed up 2 routine plays, but it took a spectacular play by Mitch Williams in the 9th to bail them out. First routine play, sacrifice situation with the Phillies trailing by 1 in the 7th inning. Otis Nixon lays down a bunt. John Kruk looks to second. He finally throws to first. Nixon appeared to have the play beaten, but the Phillies got the call. Bottom of the 9th inning, same guy, Otis Nixon against Mitch Williams this time. Runner at first base, sacrifice situation, and watch Mitch Williams. He should have gloved the ball and taken the sure out, but he tried to barehand it. Runners at first and second and nobody out, and that set the stage for the spectacular play. Mitch Williams with the scoop, Kim Batiste at third with the stretch, and then Ron Gant hit into the game-ending double play, and the Phillies won a remarkable game last night.
So now it's on to Game 5, the last game in the series to be played in Atlanta, and we have a pitching rematch of Game 1. Curt Schilling, who was brilliant in Game 1, he'll be opposed by Steve Avery. And we'll have the first pitch from Atlanta Fulton County Stadium right after this.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 5 of the National League Championship Series is brought to you by Toyota, reminding you to always buckle up. Do it for those who love you. Priority mail from the United States Postal Service. We deliver for you. And by today's Duracell, the copper top battery.
Everyone knows Duracell batteries last a real long time, but why? Hey, Kristen, does that science course teach you why these batteries last so long?
What?
Never mind. My wife's big in these consumerist issues. Hey, honey, these Duracell...
Yeah?
Not the right time. Oh, there's a clue. Hey, TJ.
What?
Too young. Think I'll go on a little quest. Find out why these Duracell batteries last so long, even if it takes me to the end of the block. Oh, my know-it-all neighbor, Jerry. Hey, Jer!
Duracell. No other battery lasts longer.
And I'm going to find out why. So, Mike, you're one of the last of the neighborhood pharmacists, I guess.
That is correct.
Seems you only carry Duracell batteries back there.
That is
I'll
correct.
figure out what makes them last so long.
It's a mystery. Someday I'm going to solve it. But they're so dependable that there's no question or doubt I haven't any hesitation whatsoever in selling them.
Any other kind of product in here you'd equate with Duracell batteries?
None whatsoever.
Nothing else in the store is as reliable?
Nothing.
Not even you?
Well, I am.
Duracell. No other battery lasts longer.
That is correct.
But why?
Hold on. I don't just overnight the package.
Yeah, sure. Overnight it.
Might as well overnight it.
Overnight this.
Overnight that.
Overnight.
Sometimes overnight is overkill. So kick the habit with priority mail from the Postal Service. It's not overnight, but it's fast delivery, special handling, and 2 pounds is only $2.90.
Morning. Thanks.
When overnight is overdoing it, remember, we deliver for you. Call and we'll start today.
They can't speak, but still, they can tell us a lot. At Lexus, we're using advanced crash dummies equipped with a dozen computerized sensors, all to learn more about what happens in an accident. We're rather proud of our dummies. The better the dummy, the better the car.
Welcome back to Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. Here is the lineup for the Philadelphia Phillies of manager Jim Fregosi. Lenny Dykstra leads off in center field. Batting second, the second baseman Mariano Duncan. John Kruk is the first baseman, hitting third. The cleanup hitters, third baseman Dave Hollins. Batting fifth and doing the catching, Darren Dalton. Pete Incaviglia hits sixth in left field. The right fielder Wes Chamberlain bats seventh. The shortstop Kevin Stocker hits eighth. And the pitcher Kurt Schilling bats ninth.
The defense for the Atlanta Braves finds Ron Gant in left field, Otis Nixon in center, and David Justice in right field. Terry Pendleton has had a terrific defensive series as well as offensive. Jeff Blauser at shortstop. Mark Lemke drove in the only run last night. He's at second. Fred McGriff at first base. And Damon Berryhill once again behind the plate with Steve Avery on the mound. 18-6 during the year, and in his only start, that was back in game one, he pitched 6 innings, giving up 5 hits and 3 runs while walking 4 and striking out 5. Poison Avery, as Andy Van Slyke of the Pirates calls it.
We are pleased to be joined again here in Atlanta today by our colleague Jim Gray. Jim?
Sean, last night in the 6th inning, catcher Greg Olson was hit by a pitch and he landed on his left wrist. Well, this morning he went to the hospital for x-rays. Those x-rays proved to be negative, but Olson told me he's in a tremendous amount of pain, will only be able to play today in an emergency, and said that if he does play, he probably won't be very effective. He did take a shot of cortisone, however. Now that poses quite a dilemma for the Braves, because now they will not be able to pinch run for Damon Berryhill. Or if Berryhill himself gets hurt, that leaves them with just Francisco Cabrera. So the Braves find themselves in a rather precarious position. Sean?
Thank you, Jim.
Francisco Cabrera is a catcher used sparingly by Bobby Cox. And as Bobby put it to us today, the backup catcher is Bill Pacoda, who has caught only 1 game in his major league career.
Cox said he couldn't remember the last time Francisco Cabrera had to catch an inning. Lenny Dykstra ready to get this one started on an overcast afternoon. Again on the cool side here in Atlanta. The lights are on as the ball game begins. Dykstra 5 for 16 in the league championship series. He was on base 4 times last night with 2 walks and 2 singles. First pitch of game 5 is popped up in foul ground and out of play. Back into the seats. The umpires, Jerry Crawford behind the plate. He was booed lustily when the umpires were introduced as a result of his miscall at first base last night. Joe West at first, Bruce Fremming at second, Frank Pulley at third, Terry Tata along the left field line, and Jim Quick has the calls in right. The 0-1 pitch, breaking ball low and away. You made an interesting observation just before we came on the air about the crowd. It is a very subdued crowd here this afternoon. Tension in the air now that the Phillies are right back in the series, even with the Braves following their win last night.
I think any team playing in front of their home crowd, and any team that blows a lot of opportunities to break the game open like the Braves did last night, and you end up losing the game, then the crowd becomes very tentative. And that's not to say the Phillies didn't have their chances to break it open, stranding 15.
They left 15 and the Braves left 11. Breaking the record for men left on base by 2 teams in a 9-inning game in a league championship series. It was only set days ago in game 1 of the ALCS between Toronto and Chicago. Those 2 teams have the off day. It's the travel day in the American League. Game 6 of the ALCS tomorrow back in Chicago. Avery's 1-2. Otis Nixon a late start. Now he charges hard and makes the basket catch thigh high for the first out of the ball game.
I think Otis had a snow cone in that basket too. Carrying the basket low. Watch the white of the ball trickle out of that glove. He almost dropped it. It is easier to see today, however. It's an overcast day, and the players at this time of year have a very difficult time on bright sunny days, but they'll have no problems today, nor will the hitters for that matter.
Mariano Duncan back in the lineup. He looked at strike one. Duncan 3 for 10 in the series. 2 of his hits triples in game 3. 2 triples in the same game, a league championship series record. But Duncan has been bothered lately by a rib cage muscle strain on his left side. That was one of the factors in Jim Fragosi's decision to play Mickey Morandini at second base last night. The 0-2 up and in.
That is one pitch that Mariano Duncan will not hit holding his bat that low, and that's why the Braves try to go up the ladder on Duncan. Reminds you a lot of Eric Davis the way he holds his bat.
Base hit.
See, that ball was down around the hands. The 0-2 pitch was up around the letters. Anybody who holds that bat that low can handle the high fastball. This fastball's right about the hands. He breaks his bat in the process and gets the first hit of the game.
Duncan at first with 1 out, just underway in the top of the first. No score. Here's John Kruk, who struck out 4 times last night, setting a record for most strikeouts in a 9-inning league championship series game, and it was the first time in his major league career that Kruk had fanned 4 times in a ball game. Avery missed with ball 1 to Kruk. John 0 for 5 with those 4 strikeouts last night, prompting his manager Jim Fregosi to ask him after the game, what was it like to have 5 at-bats against Randy Johnson? You might recall Kruk's memorable at-bat against Randy Johnson in the All-Star game after Johnson sailed the pitch over Kruk's head. The Krucker bailed out a couple of times quite feebly and remarked after that if Randy Johnson was ever traded to the National League, John Kruk would retire.
John has such a remarkable disposition and an ability to forget a game like last night. And you really have to. You don't have much time to do it.
He had been the Phillies' best hitter in this series prior to last night. Before game 1, John Kruk was asked to talk about Steve Avery, and this is a direct quote. He's 16 years old, throws 95 miles per hour, great breaking ball, great changeup, and he throws everything for strikes. Other than that, he's nothing special. Well, I guess he's actually 18 now. I don't think he shaves yet. He makes me feel old when I get out there. That's down the right field line and a fair ball. Justice on the warning track has to play it off the wall. Duncan is being waved in. Lemke with the relay throw to the plate, not in time. And the Phillies lead 1-0 on a double by John Kruk.
Larry Boa, the third base coach of the Phillies, has made several decisions on the line in this series, and this is one of them. Watch him waving Duncan, and watch Berryhill try to stick his left shin guard over the plate and ward Duncan off to the dugout side. This is one reason why it is bad to hook slide into a catcher. If you hook slide, a catcher simply spins you off the plate. That straight slide with and use your foot kind of to kick the shin guard away allows you to score, and that's what Duncan did.
So the Phillies off to a quick 1-0 lead on a single by Duncan and a double by Kruk, and the batter is Dave Hollins. 3 for 14 in the series, 1 for 4 last night. He struck out 3 times last night. Phillies managed to win 2-1 in Game 4 despite leaving 15 men on base and despite striking out 15 times as a team. Jim Fregosi said, if you told me before the series that we'd win the 2 one-run games and the Braves would win the 2 blowouts, I would have told you were crazy. Good breaking ball. Hollins couldn't get to it. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Despite the quote by John Kruk, Steve Avery is actually 23 years old. Broke into the major leagues at age 20. He's from Taylor, Michigan. Still makes his home in Taylor. Two balls and 2 strikes. Dave Hollins batting against Bobby Cox's Game 5 starting pitcher Steve Avery. With a count 2-2. And now the count is full with Darren Dalton on deck. Pitching coach Leo Mazzoni animated last night at a couple of calls that he felt didn't go the Braves' way. The Braves had very little to say about the umpiring after the game, and none of what they had to say was controversial. Lemke under the pop-up. Certainly the Atlantans took the high road. Bobby Cox said about the call at first base on the bunt play, the call by Jerry Crawford. That wasn't the determining factor in us winning or losing the game. We had a million chances to score, and we didn't do it.
Oh, we have a chance. Let's take one more look at the way Duncan kicks the shin guard of Damon Berryhill out of the way and goes right through it. You can't try to go around it. Berryhill's too big.
Darren Dalton, the hitter. Fastball in for strike 1.
Yeah, Bobby further elaborating on Jerry Crawford. He felt that Jerry knew that he missed the call, and that's why he wasn't vehement when he went out to argue the call with Jerry Crawford.
In the dirt. And Kruk heads to third. He'll get there without a throw. Berryhill blocked the ball in the dirt up the first baseline. And Kruk was off quickly, so he's at third with 2 outs in the first inning.
Base runners try to anticipate a ball in the dirt. And if they go immediately, even on a short wild pitch, they can advance, and Kruk did.
It has been scored a wild pitch. Dalton just 1 for 12 in the series. He did, however, walk 4 times in last night's ball game, and that's a league championship series record for a 9-inning game. So Kruk set the strikeout record, and Dalton set the walk record last night. The 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball missed.
Interesting to note that Steve Avery only had 3 wild pitches all season, and he's had 2 in 7 innings in this playoff series.
Fastball inside. Should Dalton reach, Pete Incaviglia would be the 6th batter of the first inning. The Phillies lead 1-0 on an RBI double by John Kruk, who stands at third with 2 outs. The payoff pitch to Dalton. Dribbled foul.
How about that? A 3-2 changeup to a left-handed batter. Most left-handed pitchers stay away from that pitch because to throw it effectively, usually it's down and in to a left-hander, and that's a very vulnerable area. Almost all left-handers can hit that pitch. That is a new wrinkle in Avery's arsenal this year.
And he lost Dalton, went to the breaking ball and missed way outside and low. 4 walks to Dalton last night, and Dalton walks his first time up this afternoon. Philadelphia with first and third and 2 outs. And the 6th batter of the first inning is Pete Incaviglia, who homered off Steve Avery in Game 1. A solo homer. One of Incaviglia's 2 hits in the series. Incaviglia has 3 lifetime home runs at the expense of Avery, and he's only had 19 career at-bats against him. Pete had 13 home runs during the regular season against left-handed pitching, and in the National League, only Matt Williams and Barry Bonds, the Giants, had more home runs off lefties. Off the end of the bat, 1 ball, 1 strike.
There is no place in the ballpark that Pete Incaviglia cannot hit a ball out of. 5 home runs to right, 5 to center, 14 to left field. And his home run off Avery at the vet to straightaway center.
Fastball just below the belt for strike 2. The 1-2 pitch. Big swing and a foul straight back and out of play. I mentioned that Avery broke into the big leagues at age 20. He's in his 3rd postseason. He says he's more nervous now than he was 2 years ago pitching in the postseason. He said a couple of years ago I was too young to realize what was going on. Now I realize how important these games are.
I can understand that.
The 1-2. Breaking ball dug out of the dirt by Berryhill.
I think when you're young and you're playing in postseason play, you think that the playoffs and the World Series is just an extension of the season. But then you find out the importance of it, and from the neck up, it becomes a big thing.
1-0 Phillies. They're batting in the first with 1st and 3rd and 2 outs. The 2-2 pitch, and Incaviglia fought it off. Count is full. So the runner at first, Dalton, will be off with the 3-2 pitch and 2 outs. As a result, McGriff has moved a step or 2 behind Darren. John Kruk is the runner at 3rd. The 3-2 pitch. He struck him out on a pitch out of the strike zone. First strikeout for Steve Avery. But the Phillies are first on the board this afternoon, 1-0 after a half inning.
From the instant you begin until you're over the top, there are no words to describe it. But if you're lucky enough to try it, then you'll know what the others know. The Toyota 4x4. It's the closest thing to owning the mountain. Toyota trucks, you just gotta love them.
You fill me with wonder. You're simple as can be. You're always a comfort. You set my spirit free. You're the part of me that's the heart of me. Dr. Pepper, you're a part of me.
In Lake Edna, you can get a quarter for $1.99. Come into KFC and enjoy a quarter of the Colonel's Rotisserie Gold. Slow roasted, deep marinated. And now with a cornbread muffin, just $1.99. At KFC, we do chicken right.
There are times you can feel your body heat rising. Fortunately, there's Degree Antiperspirant. It's body heat activated. Every time your body heat rises, Degree releases extra protection.
Great, you made it.
Degree, your body heat turns it on.
These folks look injured to you. They filed workers' comp claims and almost got away with it till one state had a better idea. Eye on America investigates tonight on the CBS Evening News.
Tonight on Late Show with David Letterman, sketch actor Matt Dillon, and comedian George Miller.
Bad reception? It could be your fillings.
Bobby Cox has Otis Nixon leading off this afternoon and playing center field. Jeff Blauser's batting second at shortstop. Ron Gant hits third in left field. The cleanup hitter is first baseman Fred McGriff. Batting fifth and playing right field, David Justice. Terry Pendleton at third base hits sixth. The catcher Damon Berryhill bats seventh. Mark Lemke at second base hits eighth, and the pitcher Steve Avery bats ninth.
And it is not a good defensive outfield for the Phillies. Pete Incaviglia has misplayed a couple of balls in this series. Len Dykstra in center and Wes Chamberlain in right. David Hollins at third. Kevin Stocker at short. Mariano Duncan back in there at second base. John Kruk at first. Darren Dalton behind the plate, and Curt Schilling also started game one. He struck out the first 5 batters and only the 4th pitcher in postseason play to do that in the history of the game.
And Otis Nixon leads off. He chopped the first pitch to short, and Kevin Stocker throws him out. We mentioned it's a little bit on the cool side here today. 62 degrees the game time temperature. The breeze blowing out to center field at 10 miles per hour. We saw in game 3, the day game here, that with the breeze blowing out during the day, the ball frequently gets a push. Ball didn't carry particularly well last night. Jeff Blauser was 0 for 4 last night, now 4 for 17 in the series. He had a tough time with Schilling in game 1. He went 0 for 4 against Curt and struck out 3 times.
Yeah, he's had a tough time with him throughout his career. Only 3 for 26 in regular season play. We talked about Curt Schilling, only the 4th pitcher in postseason play to open a game with 5 straight strikeouts, and look at the company. Wow.
Two balls and a strike on Blauser.
Hubble did it for the 33 in the 33 series for the Giants. Sandy Koufax for the Dodgers in 1963 against the Yankees, and Nolan Ryan with Jim Fregosi as his manager in 1979 for the Angels.
Down the right field line, Chamberlain on the run, has to play it on a hop. He made an excellent play with the bare hand to hold Blauser to a long opposite field single.
Well, what happens is I think Chamberlain softened the hop with his body, cradles the ball, grabs it. You see how he pushed the ball to his hip? Then he grabbed the ball, grabbed it across seams. That's what all players try to do. They try to get the ball across seams. It's almost like a 4-seam fastball that all defensive players try to throw because that's the straightest one they can throw. Good play by Chamberlain.
Phillies lead 1-0 in the bottom of the first. Ron Gant with a swing and a miss for strike 1.
This is what every defensive player tries to hold the ball. That's how they try to hold the ball, to throw it straight. And usually they try to get it there when they make the transfer from the glove to the hand.
Oh, and 2. Like John Kruk, the number 3 hitter for Philadelphia, Ron Gant had a very tough night last night. He went 0 for 5. And is 0 for his last 8. And in this series, Ron is just 1 for 11 with runners on base. All 3 of his runs batted in this series came on 1 hit. A bases loaded double in game 2. Schilling's 0-2 pitch is just outside. Schilling was tremendous in game 1, did not factor in the decision. His wife Shonda said that Curt was as nervous as she has ever seen him before game 1. Gant lifts one to right. Routine fly for Chamberlain. 2 down. Blauser back to first as the sun tries to make its appearance here this afternoon. It's been cloudy all day here in Atlanta, but here in the mid-afternoon the sun has broken through. And that's analogous to the season the Braves had. A little bit cloudy till this man stepped up to the plate in an Atlanta uniform. Fred McGriff, 8 for 18 in the series, 2 for 4 last night. He's hit in every game in this series. 1-0 Philadelphia. 2 outs in the bottom of the first. Jeff Blauser is aboard at first. Two and 0.
I think McGriff had one of the more interesting comments about Curt Schilling after game 1. He said that he was wild in the strike zone, which means that Schilling was moving the ball around, up and down, in and out, working a masterly game.
To right, Chamberlain on the run, watches it go off the top of the wall. Blauser is being waved in. Stalker with the relay to the plate, and he is no call yet. He didn't tag him. Out at the plate. Dalton missed the tag originally, but Blauser missed the plate, and they cut down the run at home. After 1 inning in Atlanta, 1-0 Philadelphia.
Proudly presents All Around Champions. Everyone feels great when they've accomplished something important, and if it's part of the Special Olympics program, then it means even more. St. Louis's Todd Seal gives his time and encouragement to make sure that these disabled youngsters never forget how good it feels to succeed. Toyota is pleased to salute all-around champion Todd Seal by contributing $1,000 to the Missouri Special Olympics.
Having been ranked the best compact sport utility vehicle in initial quality by its owners, we thought the Toyota 4Runner's extra value package might go unnoticed. So we put a twist on it. You get chrome bumpers, leather seats and trim, air conditioning, power windows, door locks, mirrors, and more for a savings of up to $1,000. Nice catch.
Hunger in the United States is at a record level. The best estimates are that there's 30 million people that are hungry in this country. There are many, many infants and young children who suffer from malnutrition. There's just no excuse for that kind of tragedy. What Cheristment does is we get resources to communities so that they can feed more people more effectively. It's going to take a lot to solve hunger in this country.
We're grateful for American Express card member support and helping to provide a meal every time they use the card.
Now till December 31st, use the American Express card to help feed millions of people.
The charge against hunger is a battle that we can win.
For his retirement, Neil McBain had no intention of slowing down. That's why Dean Witter mapped out his financial course with only one goal in mind: victory. Dean Witter.
We measure success one investor at a time.
Sunday on CBS, it's the Eagles and the Giants, then the 49ers and the Cowboys.
Bless you. He's a big fan.
Watch how Darren Dalton sets up at the plate, and watch the left shin guard, and watch him shade Blauser away from the plate. However, Dalton tags Blauser right there. So he makes the tag, but Crawford gave no call. So therefore, Dalton went back to tag him. So it was really a double play on Blauser there.
Yes, it was. 9-6-2. Excellent execution by the Phillies, although Chamberlain actually threw the ball over the head of the first cutoff man, Duncan. It was Stalker who executed the relay throw to Dalton. And Wes Chamberlain leads off. He looked at a breaking ball in the dirt for ball 1. And if you're scoring, it was only a single for Fred McGriff. He never went to second base, despite the fact that the ball hit off the top of the wall and right and missed by a couple of feet, being a home run.
And that's poor base running, because Fred McGriff knows how hard he hit the ball. He knows Blauser's speed. He realizes there could be a play at the plate. And if nothing else, he'd be happy to have them cut the ball off, make a play on him at second base so Blauser can score. That ball missed by about 2 feet from going out of this ballpark, and Fred McGriff gets a single on it.
1-0 Philadelphia. Each team had 2 hits in the first. Chamberlain, Stocker, and Schilling, the bottom third of the order against Avery. Watch the right side of your screen and you'll see how close this came to being a home run. Hit just below that yellow line that runs across the top of the fence. Avery threw 33 pitches in the first inning. And he's gone full with the leadoff batter, Chamberlain. And he struck him out for the first out of the inning. And the second strikeout of the afternoon for Steve Avery.
That's the changeup from Avery, the new pitch that he came up with. Whenever you see a pitcher hold the ball with the last 3 fingers, what he's doing is choking the ball, and a hitter has an inclination of swinging at the arm movement of the pitcher, and the ball's not there.
Avery looking in at Kevin Stocker, the rookie shortstop. Ball 1. Stocker 4 for 15. He had a big at bat last night in the 4th inning. Delivered a sacrifice fly that knocked in the first run for Philadelphia. Sharply hit, but right at the shortstop blouser. 2 outs. As we noted earlier, today is a travel day in the American League Championship Series. They get back after each other tomorrow night at Comiskey Park, 8:12 Eastern Time. The first pitch. Baseball 93 on the air at 8 o'clock. Blue Jays lead the best of 7, 3-2. 1 strike on Curt Schilling, who went 0 for 3 in game 1. All of those at bats against Steve Avery. One ball and 1 strike.
Thing about Avery and his remarkable year, he was 18-6, but the Braves were 28-7 in his 35 starts, which means that his no decisions were very effective no decisions. Everybody talks in baseball about how well a pitcher has a lot of no decisions. You have to distinguish what kind of no decisions they were, and his were great.
Just low, 2-2 on Schilling. John Smoltz, who pitched well last night in defeat for Atlanta. Bobby Cox said Smoltz couldn't have thrown any better. John did not allow an earned run last night. Both Philadelphia runs were unearned. The Phillies lead 1-0 here in the top of the second. The 2-2 pitch, and Schilling just did get a piece of it.
Sean, that error by Mark Lemke last night, the only error of the in the series by the Braves, and boy was it costly, and a rare one for him also.
Still 2-2. Schilling at 147 during the regular season. He had 11 hits and 75 at bat. And he's making Avery work. Steve tries to have a 1-2-3 inning, and he could use a quick inning after the 33 pitches in the first. To the breaking ball and missed. So Schilling has worked the count full. And he sends it right here.
Funny how you went to your left to get it, and I went to my right to get out of the way.
Yeah, I wanted that one. That was soft enough that a play could have been made.
Trust me, none of them were soft.
Certainly nothing soft about that pitch. Finally, Avery puts away Schilling after an inning and a half. 1-0 Phillies.
Besides being an educator, Jim Elkins is a collector of antiques and an occasional Montana trout. Having owned a dozen Toyota cars, Jim naturally made the T100 his first Toyota truck. Your typical big truck owner? No. But then the T100 is not your typical truck. Observe the Detroit Free Press. The cabin reminds one of the Toyota Camry in equipment and comfort. The Toyota puts you in a whole new class.
So you switched from whole milk to skim milk, huh? And you're eating granola?
Oh, don't tell me.
Yep, good old granola is loaded with fat. But today, there's Kellogg's low-fat granola. Look, all the sweet, chewy, big, hearty taste today's granola fans crave, and just half the fat. Kellogg's low-fat granola. It won't weigh you down, slow you down, or let you down on taste. And now, Kellogg's low-fat granola comes without raisins, too.
Yeah!
Great taste, half the fat.
And no raisins. I can take care of myself in the ring, but in my car, I trust Meineke for safe, reliable brake service at a low price.
Now more than ever, at Meineke, you're not going to pay a lot, but you'll get a lot.
I guarantee it.
In Lake Edna, you can get a quarter for $1.99. Come into KFC and enjoy a quarter of the Colonel's Rotisserie Gold, slow roasted, deep marinated, and now with a cornbread muffin, just $1.99. At KFC, we do chicken right.
Now you can have the perfect World Series souvenir, the official 1993 World Series video. Highlights of all the spectacular players and plays from the Championship Series and the World Series. To order the 1993 World Series video for $19.95 plus shipping, use your credit card and call 1-800-671-2233. That's 1-800-671-2233.
A message from Major League Baseball.
Sean McDonough with Tim McCarver and Jim Gray at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium for Game 5 of the National League Championship Series. The series tied at 2 wins apiece. And the Phillies lead this afternoon 1-0 after an inning and a half on an RBI double by John Kruk that knocked in Mariano Duncan. The Braves had a runner cut down to the plate in their half of the first. In the second, they'll send Justice, Pendleton, and Berryhill up against Curt Schilling. Justice 3 for 15, but bear in mind he started the series 0 for 9. So if I do the math quickly, he's 3 for his last 6.
You got it.
Whew. Including 2 for 4 last night. Big rip and a miss. And Justice is in the hole 0-2.
Well, that's what pitchers try to do. They try to crowd David Justice because of the extension of one of the sweetest swings around.
Schilling got him on 3 pitches for the first out of the second and the first strikeout of the afternoon for Curt Schilling.
The hitters like Justice, they're pitched inside so often that they become so conscious of that pitch that they can't handle the one away from them. Interesting, a 4-seam fastball. That one that goes away from the left-handed batters from Schilling is a 2-seam fastball.
Terry Pendleton took ball 1 low and in. He's had an excellent series, 7 for 18. Including 5 runs batted in, a series high. Now tied with John Kruk for most runs batted in the series, with Kruk's RBI in the first inning. Curt Schilling's an interesting fella. He is a student of World War II history. Once compared Tony La Russa to generals from World War II. field line and foul. Kurt is a collector of baseball memorabilia. He raises Rottweilers, and he is reported to own a Lamborghini that once belonged to Jose Canseco, but he won't talk about that.
Pretty good combination there, Lamborghinis and Rottweilers.
Two and two on Pendleton. One out of the base is empty. 1-0 Philadelphia in the second. Ball 3 low and in. Frank Pulley said no swing. And a mock cheer goes up from the Braves fans, still a little bit testy about the umpiring.
I don't think Pendleton even came close to swinging at that pitch.
In addition to the play at first base, the bunt play, the Braves were also upset about a couple of check swing appeals that didn't go their way last night. Pendleton lines one to left. Incaviglia made a great catch. Well, for all the talk in the series about Pete Incaviglia being a defensive liability, he says, take that.
Matter of fact, both right fielder Wes Chamberlain and Pete Incaviglia criticized mightily for their defense. Fine play by Incaviglia as he backhanded the ball hit by Pendleton. And Wes Chamberlain made a nice play on the relay throw on the hit by McGriff to save a run. And Jim Fregosi says, look, these are the guys that got me here. Why should I all of a sudden, because it's postseason play Milt Thompson against a left-handed pitcher? It makes no sense. That's why he is sticking with the guys that got him here.
And the defense, admittedly a weakness of the Phillies in the regular season. They were 9th in the league in fielding. It was a concern of Jim Fregosi coming in, but 6 Braves have hit in this ball game. They've already been 3. Nice defensive plays. You remember Chamberlain went to the corner to hold Blauser to a single, barehanding the ball. They cut down the run on the plate, at the plate last inning, and now the catch by Incaviglia. He had a look at Milt Thompson, who made the defensive play of the series last night. Two balls, no strikes on Damon Berryhill. 2 balls and 1 strike on the Atlanta catcher. Going to the game in late innings after Olson left with the injured left wrist that Jim Gray spoke of earlier. And Berryhill won 1 for 1 with a single. Three balls and 1 strike. There's the hero of last night's game, Danny Jackson. He was the winning pitcher, and he drove in the winning run. Well hit and hooking, fair ball just inside the line. Chamberlain on it quickly. He throws a bullet to second base. 4 great defensive plays for Philadelphia in 2 innings.
Rangers, Cherokees, Broncos, Explorers, Pathfinders, Blazers. Any pickup or 4x4, on road or off. Introducing the tough new LTX Light Truck Series from Michelin.
We want to watch the dog show.
Okay, we can watch both. Sunday! Miller Lite presents the Wiener Dog Winter Nationals! It's Muffy versus Dogzilla. And here they come, Bob. Brought to you by Miller Lite. If you can combine great taste with less filling, you can combine anything. And Muffy takes it. That's one fast Wiener Dog! Great taste, less filling. Can your beer do this?
This is good beer.
This is a line. To some, it is seen as a barrier. To others, it's a point where traditions of the past are abandoned in favor of visions of the future. Introducing the revolutionary new Toyota Supra. It's taken everything sports cars were before and crossed the line.
Men have finally discovered.
You know how men are stupid, childish, how our brains are in our pants.
What women have always known.
So which part isn't true?
Murphy Brown. Then, who would you date? An insecure whiner or a self-centered bore?
These are my choices. This is why I live with a cat.
All new Love and War after Murphy Brown tonight.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 5 of the National League Championship Series is brought to you by Toyota and their full line of quality cars and trucks. Miller Lite, great taste, less filling. And by Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Damon Berryhill really turns on an inside fastball from Curt Schilling, and the ball hits the line in right field right there. And watch the carom played nicely by Wes Chamberlain, and Berryhill is dead at second base. The second inning in a row that Chamberlain has had an assist.
On the inning-ending play, the Braves had a runner thrown out at the plate to end the first and a runner thrown out at second to end the second. Wes Chamberlain, 2 assists to tie the league championship series record for a game, and you've only played 2 innings. Phillies have the top of the order up. They lead 1-0. Lenny Dykstra, the batter, 1-1 the count. He flied to center, leading off the ball game. Mariano Duncan on deck, and then John Kruk against Steve Avery, who has retired 4 in a row, 3 of them with the strikeout. Avery turned down a scholarship at Stanford out of high school, John F. Kennedy High School in Michigan, to sign with the Braves for $212,000, 1988. Down to McGriff. Nicely played. And 1 out.
Second baseman Mariano Duncan. Fred McGriff had 17 errors on the season. That was 3rd in the National League for first baseman. Orestes Destrada had 19 with Florida. Eddie Murray with the Mets had 18. McGriff not an excellent fielding first baseman, but certainly more than adequate, especially the way he swings the bat. Dick Allen used to say, you know how you play first base? And I'd say no. He'd say, swing the bat.
0-1-0 is popped up in shallow right. David Justice. 2 away in the 3rd.
That unusual way of holding the bat, and Duncan under the fastball. With his hands that low, that means he handles the off-speed pitches better. All the curve balls, anything down in the strike zone, but not the high fastball.
2 away for John Kruk with Dave Hollins on deck. Kruk doubled down the right field line to drive in Mariano Duncan with the only run of the ball game. We're in the 3rd, and Avery is in with strike 1.
Compare the way John Kruk holds his hands to the way Duncan holds his hands. Look how high Kruk's hands are. John with that right hand, the pinky on his right hand actually overlaps the knob of the bat. That allows hitters to use that bat as a whip, and that's how he whipped that double down the right field line his first time up.
Two balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs and the bases empty. 3rd inning, 1-0 Philadelphia. The Braves have out-hit the Phillies to this point 3-2. the dirt. And Kruk has worked the count full. Only 14 runs in this series for the Philadelphia Phillies. We're in the 5th game, but they're even at 2 games apiece, and they're leading this one 1-0. And Kruk is aboard with 2 outs on the second walk issued by Avery.
Third baseman,
It kind of looks the way Kruk is walking around today that his back might be bothering him again, as it was earlier in the series. Of course, it was a short turnaround time for all the participants. The game last night ended after midnight, and only 15 hours later they're back at it. Dave Hollins popped out to the second baseman Lemke in the first.
Avery led the majors in pickoffs with 15. However, 32 stole against Steve. That was second in the National League. Dennis Martinez had 48 steals against him.
48?
48. It's a bunch. That led the National League. But, you know, with Avery's improved move, his best move is when he steps off the mound and throws to first base. He's similar to Terry Mulholland of the Phillies in that regard.
On Hollins. He's from Orchard Park, New York, the home of the Buffalo Bills. Of course, there's been all kinds of talk that the Atlanta Braves are trying to avoid becoming the Buffalo Bills or the Denver Broncos. Take your pick of baseball. Getting to the postseason or to the championship series and World Series without winning it all.
That's a lot of bunk. I'll tell you, there are a lot of baseball teams that would love to be in a position to lose 3 Super Bowls in the Bills case and 3 World Series. That means you've gotten there. They used to have that rap on Fran Tarkington all the time. Couldn't win the big one. He won a ton of big ones getting to the big one.
No, says Jerry Crawford, and no, says Joe West. And the count is 3-1.
Did he? No.
Big swing by Hollins. The count is full, and with 2 outs, Kruk will be off with the payoff pitch from Avery.
Bobby Cox before the game talking about the check swings. He says, you know, on your guys' instant replay, it looks like everybody goes around, and he's right. The umpires certainly don't have that view. But often on the instant read, Bobby's even nodding that that's correct.
Kruk runs, and Hollins looks at strike 3. We'll return to Atlanta Fulton County Stadium after this message and a word from your local station.
How much romance can you stand?
So where's it taking you?
To dump.
How much passion can you take?
Corners. Okay.
Northern Exposure is for lovers, all new tonight.
When Harlan takes the stand, will there be justice for all?
I'm a simple country duck.
Doesn't he just give you goosebumps?
That's why I wear this long robe.
Evening shade. Then Mom and Dad are stepping out.
If you'd like to wait in the bar.
Dave, let's just go get a burger.
No, my wife did not shave her legs for a burger.
All new Dave's World after Evening Shade tonight. This is CBS.
Save in every department during Circuit City's Columbus Day weekend sale. Get unbeatable low prices and 0% interest for 6 months on top brands. This GE 19-inch TV is just $189.97. Every Sony and Panasonic VCR is on sale. Every component CD player and every GE and Amana refrigerator is on sale. Unbeatable low prices and 0% now at Circuit City.
Welcome to Circuit City, where service is state of the art.
I'm saving so that we can have a family. We design hand-painted wallpaper, and it's really hard work.
But it's very satisfying.
I think I got my first passbook when I was about 12. It was babysitting money that I just started putting away. And it turned out to be waitressing money, and then job money and
Then my money?
your money.
Marnie and Nori Collins find that banking really is as easy as GSB.
Savings means freedom to me.
They don't come along very often. Politicians who keep their word. South Jersey's got one. Bill Gormley. He said he'd work for jobs. Bill Gormley created 30,000. He said he'd help our families. Bill Gormley started a model family and child initiative. He said he'd help build new schools. Bill Gormley found the financing for schools, too. A different kind of politician, a senator for the future. Bill Gormley, South Jersey's own.
After the game, Channel 10 Hidden Cam finds some local grocers selling outdated food.
Today's overhead shots are courtesy of the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes, based in Pompano Beach, Florida. And at the controls today is Captain Drew Marshall from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. On board with Captain Marshall is Rich Morkel, who is obviously a Braves fan. Guess Drew is too.
Yeah, the one thing you want with two guys in a blimp, you either want them both to be Braves fans or both to be Phillies fans. You don't want one. You don't want that blimp divided.
No. Now the blimp was up there last night. They didn't go all the way back to Fort Lauderdale.
No, they didn't. No,
they parked in a blimp port somewhere around here overnight. Mark Lemke fouled one away. And the count is 0-2 on Lemke. Avery on deck, and then Nixon. We've seen many shots in this series of Lemke flexing that right shoulder that is really bothering him. That was not a good looking swing.
Yeah, and you could tell by that swing that shoulder continues to bother Mark Lemke. Bobby Cox seems to think that it's a genetic problem with Mark in that right shoulder. And he may have it operated on in the off season, but from that swing you could tell that shoulder's bothering him.
Of course, it was Lemke who hit the ball that Thompson caught in front of the left field wall last night. Avery at the plate. You might recall that he had 2 hits in 2 at-bats against Schilling in game 1, a double and a single. He scored a run. He had 160 during the regular season. Chopped off the plate. Duncan has to hurry. And he just did get it there in time to get Avery by a half step. After today's game, the National League Championship Series returns to Philadelphia. Game 6 Wednesday at Veterans Stadium. And the first pitch will be at either 3:07 or 8:12. It's contingent upon the result of the American League Championship Series game tomorrow night. If the Blue Jays win and wrap up the series, then it will be a night game. But if Chicago wins and the American League Championship Series requires a game 7, we'd be on the air from Philadelphia at 3 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon, so that the ALCS game 7 could have center stage that night. Otis Nixon, the batter. And that one just missed. 2-0 the count. Schilling thought it was a strike.
Yeah, he took 1-0. You can bet he'll be taking 2-0. Try to walk his way on.
He did, and it's a strike. 2-1. Otis, with his 0 for 1 today, is hitting .319 for his career in the postseason, second best postseason average in Braves history. Only Hank Aaron has hit for a higher average among Braves in the postseason.
That's minimum 25 at bats. Though the hammer not only produced during the season, but it fell during the postseason also. What a hitter he was. My goodness.
The 2-2 pitch. Otis slapped it straight back to the screen.
Not only a hitter, but Henry Aaron was a remarkable outfielder, a great defensive player, terrific base runner, and he hit home run number 715 on April 8th, 1974, with Dusty Baker on deck.
The tension among the fans here today is palpable. The count is full. Schilling wants to go to his mouth, so he steps off the back of the mound. And now the payoff to Nixon. He is fouled out of play to the left. Bobby Cox didn't get much sleep last night. He says he has 18 people staying at his house. After he got home from losing a tough game, he had to entertain for a while. That's a routine fly to left for Incaviglia. And Schilling works his first perfect inning. We've played 3 innings in Atlanta. The Phillies lead 1-0.
We're a part of the future. We're the heart and the soul. You're a part of me. That's the heart of me. Without you, I'm just a lonely melody. But together we are harmony. Dr. Pepper, you're a part of me.
You are here. He has the traveler's checks here. There's got to be a better way. Here's one now. American Express checks for 2. The only traveler's checks that either of you can use. Don't leave home without them.
Dean Witter believes every investor's success story is unique. From getting in on the ground floor to getting all the way to the top, Dean Witter can help you make it every step of the way.
We measure success one investor at a time.
Most car owners praise the quality of their purchases. But only one car line has been ranked best overall in initial quality by J.D. Power and Associates. Lexus. So the question isn't whether you put your car on a pedestal, but how often. And the Lexus LS is thousands less than the leading European competition at your Lexus dealer.
Imagine a cold medication so effective, one tablet keeps symptoms from coming back a full 24 hours. Introducing Effidac 24, the first cold tablet for consistent 24-hour relief. Look, Sudafed drops off after 6 hours, Tavist after 12. So your symptoms keep coming back. But just one Effidac gives consistent relief for 24 hours. So your symptoms don't come back. New 24-hour Effidac keeps cold symptoms from coming back.
This game summary is sponsored by AT&T.
After 3 innings, the Phillies lead 1-0. The run came in the first. Mariano Duncan singled and John Kruk doubled him in. Meanwhile, Wes Chamberlain has 2 outfield assists, tie a league championship series record. The Braves had a runner thrown out at the plate ending the first inning, and a runner thrown out at second ending the second. Aaron Dalton begins the 4th. He looked at ball 1. He walked in the first inning after walking 4 times last night. And Avery has thrown a bunch of pitches already, 71 of them, now 72, 2 pitches deep into the 4th inning. Dalton, Incaviglia, and Chamberlain to bat against Avery. Dalton surprised many Phillies fans recently when he admitted in an article in Sports Illustrated that he still from time to time is bothered by double vision in his left eye as the result of the car accident which he and Monty Dykstra were involved over 2 years ago.
Returning from John Kruk's stag party, Avery, everything away from Darren Dalton. That's why the outfielders for the Braves are playing, shading the left-handed hitters toward left field. This is for John Kruk. Look at Otis Nixon in center field, about 5 feet on the other side of second base, with Dave Hollins, the right-handed batter. Nixon's almost in the same spot, and then Darren Dalton again almost in the same spot. An idea of how hard Avery's throwing.
1-0 on Pete Incaviglia. Avery struck out Incaviglia to end the first. Steve is now fan 5. And Incaviglia lifts a high drive to deep left. Gant looking back at the wall, and now with his back against the wall, he couldn't get it. Incaviglia on his way to third. Nixon had to track it down, and he's safe at third. A ball that could have been caught by Gant. He didn't even leap after putting his back against the wall. And it appeared to hit off the wall just above his glove.
I'm not sure he saw that ball all the way. I think he lost the ball somewhere. He checks the wall here, and now when he looks up, it appears now he's feeling back for the wall, and then he didn't jump. No, it looked like he followed it all the way, but he didn't jump, and the ball bounds off the wall. Nixon was backing up the play. Nixon had to barehand it, and Incaviglia has a triple.
They've scored it an error on Gant.
How can you score it an error? The ball never, in my opinion, the ball never hit his glove. Is the error on not jumping? I don't agree with that. I mean, how many errors are given on balls like that?
Very few. But it should have been caught, and
true.
That's the reason, apparently, that the official score posted the error.
I don't think the ball touched leather. That's only the second error, by the way, on the Braves for this season.
The other was costly in last night's game. Lemke's error opened the door for the 2 unearned runs. With the infield in, Chamberlain lifts one to center field. Should be deep enough to score the run. Nixon with the catch. He lobs it back in as Incaviglia scores, standing up. And the Phillies lead 2-0 on a sacrifice fly by Wes Chamberlain that brings in Incaviglia.
Wes Chamberlain, after he hits the ball, he becomes a spectator. Watch, he thought it was deep enough, and now watch him look at Incaviglia. He's looking at the ball, now he looks back at Incaviglia. He looks at Incaviglia, and now he enjoys the RBI. Kind of pulls for him. A little body English help him score.
He wanted to have a vivid memory of his first postseason RBI. Stocker with a bunt. Avery on it quickly. And that ends the inning with the Phillies capitalize on the Gant error. And after 3.5, it's 2-0 Philadelphia.
Over 13 million vacationers visited the city of Atlanta last year. Not one of them, however, was a Lexus engineer. Why? Let's just say they were busy. The 1994 Lexus ES. Improved, revised, refined, embellished. In a word, new.
Come on, let's get a cold one. Our total attendance for today's game.
Oh, would you look at this beer line? I'm gonna go back.
What? Foul ball? No, I'm not.
Foul ball! Foul ball! Out of the way! I got it!
If you want great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down,
Make it 2 Bud Lights, please.
make it a Bud Light.
Hey, you got another ball?
You don't have to be 19 to have a body like this. You don't have to work out 8 hours a day. You don't have to be narcissistic or shallow. In fact, all you really need is $39 a month. The SoloFlex Muscle Machine. What are you waiting for?
Announcing the biggest advance in Quaker State history. It's Quaker State's new advanced high-tech formula motor oil. Superior protection against wear. Superior protection against heat and stress. Superior cleaning power. New advanced Quaker State motor oil. It's formulated for today's high-tech engines. And now announcing the biggest rebate in Quaker State history. Get a $4.20 cashback rebate to try new advanced high-tech formula Quaker State.
Tonight on Late Show with David Letterman, catch actor Matt Dillon
and comedian George Miller.
Bad reception? It could be your fillings.
Phillies lead 2-0 as the Braves get ready to bat in the 4th inning. Sean McDonough along with Tim McCarver. There have certainly been a number of things in this series that have not gone according to form. And over the last couple of games, it's the Phillies who are making all the plays in the field all of a sudden, and the Braves who are struggling defensively.
Last night, Mark Lemke made the error, and Milt Thompson made the great plays. And today, the bookend outfielders, Incaviglia and Chamberlain, have made terrific plays on defense. And the Ron Gant error in the 4th inning, allowing Incaviglia to score. And the Phillies have won the low-scoring games, and the Braves have won the blowouts. And that is really a surprise to me.
And to those participating, we mentioned Jim Fergosi's quote earlier.
Yeah.
That he would have thought you were crazy if you had predicted the Phillies would win the low-scoring 1-run games and the Braves would win the blowouts. Schilling ahead of Blauser 0-2. 1-2 was Blauser, who singled to right. Ball in which Chamberlain made the nice play in the right field corner to hold Jeff to a long single. And it was Blauser who was thrown out at the plate when McGriff, with 2 outs, singled off the top of the wall in right. And the Phillies cut down Blauser, trying to score 9-6-2. Blauser, Gant, and McGriff due up against Schilling, who worked his first perfect inning last inning. Check swing at a ball low. And they appeal down to Joe West, who rules that it was not a swing. Strike 3. Blauser caught looking at a fastball at the knees for the first out of the inning. That's the 3rd strikeout for Curt Schilling.
Looked like Jeff was looking for another pitch, possibly a slider or a splitter, and Schilling splits the plate with a fastball. Notice how Dalton very smoothly bringing the ball up. That's what's known as framing by a catcher, and Dalton does it very well.
Schilling hit Dalton's target for a first pitch called strike to Ron Gant, who flied to right his first time up. Schilling spent many hours between games 1 and 5 watching tapes of his game 1 start, looking for secrets about how to pitch the Braves hitters. He said he didn't bother watching the first 2 innings when he had the 5 strikeouts because he thought they were somewhat of an aberration. The Braves were a little bit anxious at the start of the series. Swung at pitches they probably wouldn't swing at in a game 5. And Schilling was pitching perhaps a little bit above his capabilities, running on adrenaline, getting the fastball up there at 96 miles per hour. 3 balls and 1 strike. Ten strikeouts in a postseason game, the most by a Phillies pitcher. Steve Carlton also had 10 strikeouts in a World Series start in 1980. One out, bases empty, bottom of the 4th, 2-0 Phillies. The 3-1 to Gant is popped up and drifting out of play.
Last 2 nights, Ron Gant has not been getting around on the fastball. He is normally a pull hitter. 99 hits to left this year, only 19 to right, as we said in last night's game. But he knew he was going to get the fastball there, and he still fouls it off the other way. Couldn't get around on Danny Jackson last night.
Got around on that one. Great diving backhand stop by Hollins. Long throw. Didn't get it. So another fine play by the Phillies, but Gant simply runs too well. And Hollins had no chance to throw him out. It's an infield hit for Ron Gant.
Remember how we talked about the fielders gripping the ball across the seams to throw it hard and straight? Watch how much time it takes Dave Hollins to get to his feet to make the throw. Fine play, but he had too much to do once he made the catch.
So the Braves have the tying run at the plate, and it's Fred McGriff who lifts one to left center, not very deep. Incaviglia makes the running catch. And Gant retreats to first with 2 outs in the 4th. 2-0 Phillies.
First time up today, Dave Justice got nothing but fastballs. That's the fastball away. The second one was inside to tie him up, and now the third one low and away and nastier than either of the first 2.
That's a rarity for Justice against Schilling. In his career, David has hit against Schilling 20 times, has 6 hits, 3 of them home runs. Ball 1 low. Dalton wants an appeal. Frank Pulley says no swing.
You could almost see Justice gripping the bat by the left hand after the check swing to make sure that Frank Pulley said nope. Now watch that. See, he's looking at Pulley saying, hey, I didn't go around. Now you can see I didn't go around.
After all of the controversy about check swings last night, you can understand that reaction. Ball 2.
Bobby Cox has a theory about black bats in daytime. He says for the third base umpire, it is very difficult to call whether a hitter has a check swing or not, or whether he goes through the strike zone if he's using a black bat. Never really thought about that. Interesting theory.
Yes, it is. 3-0 on Justice. Should he reach, Terry Pendleton would bat next.
I would think Justice is swinging here. Got a chance to tie it with 1 swing.
He does swing away on 3-0, and he fouled it off. Justice has 6 postseason home runs. Only Jose Canseco, Kirk Gibson, and Dave Henderson have more among active players. Lenny Dykstra has 5. Neither Justice nor, or rather, Justice does not have a home run. Dykstra has 1 in this series.
That's a splitter grip right there.
And that was the pitch. Called a strike of the knees. Full count now with 2 outs. Gant will be running.
Sometimes a pitcher will hold the ball down by his side, and he'll give the first base coach a different look than the pitch he's going to throw. See, that's a splitter grip, but he could change that very easily when he goes back to his glove, and that keeps him from stealing the signs.
That pitch sailed up and away. With Gant running on the pitch, he rounded second before putting the brakes on as Dalton got to it quickly. So the Braves have the tying run at first, and the go-ahead run coming to the plate, and Terry Pendleton is greeted by a standing ovation. Pendleton was robbed of a hit in the second when he had a line drive to left. That was caught on a diving backhanded stab by Pete Incaviglia. Nothing Philadelphia in the bottom of the 4th. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. Now Pendleton, 7 for 19 in the series. Gant, the runner at second. Justice at first. Outside, ball 1. just outside. 2 balls and no strikes on Pendleton. Strike. Good pitch by Schilling with the count 2-0.
Yeah, it was a fastball, but it wasn't a fastball down the middle of the plate. When you pitch to big league hitters and you throw that predictable pitch, a 2-0 fastball, it better be on the outside part.
26-year-old Curt Schilling, the starting pitcher in Game 5 of the National League Championship Series, with the series tied at 2. The 2-1 pitch. Sliced out of play. 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs and 2 men on. They left 11 men on last night. They've only left one man on through the first 3 innings today, and they've had 2 runners thrown out on the bases.
Watch Curt Schilling with the glove up in front of his face, and they'll discuss it to make sure that both of them are on the same track. If Schilling wants to throw it inside and Dalton wants it outside, and Schilling goes ahead and gives in, normally that's the pitch that's right down the middle. So Dalton explains his theory, and Schilling ultimately is the guy who decides. He's the guy with the ball in his hand.
The 2-2 is outside. So now the runners will get the jump on a 3-2 pitch. And Justice would have a much better chance to score from first on a hit by Pendleton. 2-0 Phillies in the 4th inning of Game 5. The payoff pitch. He struck him out. After 4, 2-0 Philadelphia.
I wonder what the warranty covers. How does Prism's 24-hour roadside assistance work anyway? Can I get anti-lock brakes? Are the dual airbags really standard?
Before you buy a new car, you have a lot of questions. Call 1-800-GET-TO-KNOW and get to know all the answers about the new Geo Prism.
How about if I just take this one?
A promise you'll never be just a number with a lunchbox. A promise to remember that a Get Well card never paid a hospital bill. A promise you'll have more than a gold watch to remember this by.
To help keep their promises, thousands of employers rely on one company. Mass Mutual. We help you keep your promises.
The average ice cube can't taste the difference between Diet Dr. Pepper and regular Dr. Pepper. But the amazing thing is, you probably can't either. Discover what millions already have. The great taste of Diet Dr. Pepper.
Broncos, Cherokees, Pathfinders, any pickup or 4x4, on-road or off. Introducing the tough new LTX Light Truck Series from Michelin.
You know, when I was growing up, I had to face problems just like kids today. Luckily, I spent most of my free time at the Boys and Girls Club. Children need positive alternatives from drugs and violence. That's where the Boys and Girls Clubs of America comes in. They offer solid, no-nonsense programs that work. I should know. It worked for me. Please join Major League Baseball in supporting the Boys and Girls Clubs of America, the positive place for kids.
A message from Major League Baseball.
A look back at the NLCS 7 years ago today.
Now the pitch. And a high fly ball hit the right field. It is fairly deep. It's way back by the wall. He did it! It's a home run! A home run! The Mets win the ball game. Dykstra hits a home run.
That was Game 3 of the '86 National League Championship Series. The Astros were leading 5-4 in the bottom of the ninth when Lenny Dykstra hit that dramatic 2-run homer off Dave Smith. Lenny, one of the few Phillies who came into this series with postseason experience, and he thought that was another reason why he would be a key part of the Phillies' attack in this series against the Braves. That was Bob Murphy, longtime Mets radio announcer, with the call, and in my opinion, the man who should be in the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely. No argument here.
Kurt Schilling leads off the fifth. The Phillies batting with a 2-0 lead. And Schilling dribbled one to the Braves dugout. Fielded by Bill Pecota. Pat Corrales wanted the ball. He wouldn't give it to him. Said, nope. Going right in the pocket. Schilling, then Dykstra, and Mariano Duncan. Phillies have not had a hit since the first, when they got the single and the double by Duncan and Kruk respectively. But accounted for the first run of the ball game. Justice had him played perfectly, very shallow and near the line and right. 1 out. Well, we talked last night about this being the most important game of the year for the Phillies. That's what Jim Fregosi said about Game 4. Is this game particularly important for one team as opposed to the other when it's 2-2, or is it important for both of them?
Well, you know, whether a game is a big game or not, it's almost a game of rationalization. You say every game is the biggest game of the year, and then if you lose, well, the next one's the biggest game of the year. So while yesterday was the biggest game of the year as far as Jim Fregosi was concerned, today I'm sure is considered by Jim Fregosi as the biggest game of the year.
Dykstra took a breaking ball for strike one. He's 0 for 2 today.
Mentioned Lenny's home run in Game 3. It was his triple in Game 6 against Bob Knepper of the Astros that allowed the Mets, or have certainly helped the Mets, score 3 runs to tie it in the 9th inning. That game went 16 innings. It was won by the Mets. One of the most dramatic postseason games ever. And Lenny Dykstra right in the middle of it. And it's my belief that had the Mets lost Game 6, Mike Scott was so overpowering that year that he comes back and beats them in Game 7. I don't think anybody could have touched Mike Scott in that postseason. That's how hot he was.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Avery has walked 2 and has struck out 5 to this point. He's only given up 2 hits. But the Phillies have an unearned run in this ball game. That came last inning when Gant couldn't catch the fly ball by Incaviglia that scraped the left field wall.
1986, by the way, the same year that the California Angels were 1 strike away from going to the World Series in Game 5, and that remarkable Dave Henderson, the 2 at-bats that he had, the last one off Donnie Moore. Unbelievable.
Lenny Dykstra led the National League this year in hits and walks, and he's just the 5th player in Major League history to lead his league in hits and walks in the same season, and that's distinguished company. And there's Richie Ashburn in the Phillies jacket and the baseball cap, one of the Phillies broadcasters, and another guy in our opinion should be in the Hall of Fame. Chris Wheeler on the right, Andy Musser on the left, along with Harry Callis. Boy, the fans in Philadelphia are spoiled by the local broadcasting that they get on radio and television.
I think one of the things keeping Richie Ashburn out of the Hall of Fame is he played in the decade of the 50s where the center fielders were remarkable in New York alone. Mickey Mantle for the Yankees, Duke Snider for the Brooklyn Dodgers. Willie Mays for the New York Giants. And Ashburn overshadowed that year. He is a very, very funny man.
Oh, he
too.
sure is.
Wow.
The 1-2 to Dykstra, just outside. One out of the bases empty. Phillies batting in the 5th. They lead 2-0. And Dykstra has battled to a full count.
Len Dykstra's almost out of the batter's box. You check his left foot, and the reason he does that, he tries to intimidate the pitcher and push the ball outside off the plate. And he's got such a good eye, he rarely swings at a bad ball. That back foot should be about 6 inches toward the first base side for a hitter to be in the batter's box. And Dykstra's flirting with being out of it. Heard of pitchers who intimidate hitters. Well, Dykstra's a hitter that intimidates pitchers, especially in the strike zone.
Still 3-2. Lenny Dykstra has 1 year remaining on a 3-year, $7 million contract, and given that he is a legitimate MVP candidate, that is certainly low pay by today's standards. And he has talked openly about wanting to renegotiate and obtain a contract along the same lines as Darren Dalton's new 4-year, $18 million deal. Blauser throws him out. Nice play by Jeff Blauser. It was a sharply hit one hopper right at the Braves shortstop. It has been an interesting series, to say the least. In game 1, Kim Batiste went from goat to hero, an error to the game-winning hit. Then in game 2, the Braves blasted 4 home runs. Fred McGriff hit the first. 14-3 the final. Tom Glavine pitched Atlanta to victory 9-4. Big innings again, the story for Atlanta in the 3rd game. And then Danny Jackson shut down the Braves last night and drove in the game-winning run in the 2-1 Philadelphia victory that featured 26 men left on base, a league championship series record. Mariano Duncan, a swing and a miss, and he's in the hole 0-2.
I think if the Phillies do win this series, they'll look back on the performance of Danny Jackson and say that's the key. I mean, he pitched like Stonewall Jackson performed last night.
We mentioned his quote during the game last night. He said he was tired of people downgrading him. He wanted to have a big game last night to make up for all the hurt that he felt as a result of people being critical of him recently. And boy, he really teed off at some members of the media in his post-game press conference last night. High fly ball in shallow right for Justice. And that ends the inning. The Phillies go in order halfway through game 5. Philadelphia 2, Atlanta nothing.
The new Camaro. What else would you expect from the country that invented rock and roll?
People care about the world these days. They just don't want me to put another toxic antifreeze in their car. I mean, who needs toxic? So what if it protects to 70 below? Any antifreeze can do that. Tell me that it's different, safer. Tell me nothing protects better, and it's biodegradable. I mean, what if their dog gets into it? Or their kids? This is serious. It's a changing world. Poison's out.
New Sierra. It's not just antifreeze, it's safety freeze.
You are here. He has the traveler's checks here. Nah, that's no good. But this is American Express checks for 2. The only traveler's checks that either of you can use. Don't leave home without them.
Cops don't come tougher than Ned Ravine.
Police emergency, I need the vehicle.
Don't be a fool!
But Ned has a soft spot. Women. And falling for this woman could be fatal. Fatal Instinct.
Hey, you guys watch your step in here. There's a lot of blood.
Rated PG-13. Starts Friday, October 29th. Emmy winners Tom Skerritt and Kathy Baker return in the Emmy-winning Best Dramatic Series. Come experience television's best. Picket Fences, coming Fridays.
Thursday, in the heat of the night, has a hot-headed killer come between Gillespie and his only daughter.
What's he done?
Well, he killed somebody. An all-new heat of the night. Then, it's Connie Chung and Eye to Eye, followed by a special Top Cops, when a policewoman uncovers the mystery of an abandoned child.
What did they do to you?
It's all Thursday.
The view from the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes at a beautiful city, Atlanta, Georgia, site of Game 5 of the 1993 National League Championship Series. Series even at 2 wins apiece, and the Phillies are leading this ball game halfway through 2-0 as Damon Berryhill begins the 5th. He singled to right and was thrown out, trying to make it a double in the 2nd. Mark Lemke is on deck, and then Steve Avery, the bottom 3rd of the order, against Schilling. Schilling has surrendered 4 hits through 4 innings. He has walked 1 and has 4 strikeouts to his credit.
A play that looms large in this game, not only the fine defensive play by Chamberlain and Stocker and Dalton in the 1st inning, but how close Fred McGriff came to hitting a 2-run homer. That ball missed by a couple of feet.
This deep into a series, Tim, do the players start to think about those things? All of a sudden, the small little things are going against the Braves.
Yeah, and I think the Braves are inclined, not only that, to look back on last night and look at all the opportunities they had to win the game, especially the 9th inning with runners on at 1st and 2nd, nobody out. Blauser tries to get the bunt down. Mitch Williams makes that great play, and so did Kim Batiste, the 3rd baseman. And then the next guy out, Ron Gant, grounds into a double play, but all sorts of scoring opportunities for the Braves. You might say, well, it was the same for the Phillies, but the Phillies won the game, so they're not going to think about the blown opportunities.
2 balls and 2 strikes the count. Certainly the Braves are accustomed to winning games like last night over the last 3 years. To win as many games as they have over that span, you have to win those types of ball games much more often than not. Three and 2 on the leadoff hitter Berryhill. They said it was 62 at game time. If anything, it's gone down. The breeze has picked up as evening approaches here in the capital of Georgia. Payoff pitch fouled away. He noted during his Game 1 start that Schilling, for a guy who's still just 26 years old, has bounced around a lot already. Started his career in the Boston organization and went to the Orioles, Houston, and now he's with the Phillies, his 4th organization. It was originally a 2nd-round draft pick of the Boston Red Sox back in January of 1986. And was traded. Hollins giving chase and does not have a play. To Baltimore during the '88 season, along with Brady Anderson from Mike Bottiger. Kurt said that trade really didn't bother him very much because the Red Sox needed Mike Bottiger, and he helped the Red Sox win the division title that year. But the trade that bothered him the most was when he went from Baltimore to Houston. He thought he had a bright future in the Baltimore organization. He met his wife Shonda while he was in the Orioles organization. That was the team with which he made it to the big leagues for the first time. Berryhill strikes out for the first out of the 5th, and the 5th strikeout for Schilling.
Looked like ball 4. Very inviting. I think more bad balls are swung at by hitters that are up around the eyes. And the reason for that, they see the ball so well up around their eyes. So while it may be just a little high, that's the most enticing and the most inviting. Berryhill swinging at ball 4 right there.
Lemke hits the first pitch on the ground to second, and Duncan throws him out. Lemke is now 0 for 2. Well, in the equal time department, we took you on a tour of the concession stands at the vet, and here's what they're offering at the concession stands here at Fulton County Stadium. Sounds good.
The one thing you won't find in this stadium is sushi. Sushi is served in San Diego Jack Murphy Stadium. I think that's the only stadium in the major leagues where sushi is served. One of your favorite dishes.
No, I'm not surprised that it's the only place. No scrapple here either. We made it through the whole telecast yesterday without talking about scrapple.
I guess Toronto made at Sky Dome. They have sushi.
Well, they have just about everything.
Yeah.
At Sky Dome. But I have not seen sushi.
Well,
I haven't gone looking for it, in all honesty. Yes. Avery fouls one away, 1-2. Now, last night, President Carter brought his own peanuts to the game, and we noted that most ballparks don't let you bring your own food in. But he sent some peanuts up to us, which we're keeping as a souvenir.
I've got mine in my pocket, as a matter of fact.
He can bring in whatever he wants. He can even grab a CBS Sports banner and take it home with him. And then we'll still show him on TV. We'll waive that rule for presidents and former first ladies. Mrs. Carter wearing her tomahawk earrings. Two and 2, the count on Avery. 2 outs and the base is empty in the 5th. 2-0 Philadelphia. And Schilling works a 1-2-3 inning with 2 strikeouts. We'll return to Atlanta Fulton County Stadium after this message and a word from your local station.
When a drifter without a past meets 9 kids who need a coach, could a miracle make their dreams come true? Burt Reynolds, Reba McEntire, the man from left field, Friday.
Wednesday.
What? Commercial time.
October 27th.
Are we rolling?
Head south.
Cool concept. Rock star, comedian, private eyes. CBS. CBS this fall. Let's go. After the World Series.
South of Sunset.
This whole commercial thing, are we getting paid?
Premieres October 27th.
This is CBS.
My years in football taught me the value of a great health plan. Hello, I'm Dick Vermeil. Everyday life has its bumps and bruises, too. And that's why Independence Blue Cross and Pennsylvania Blue Shield have added the new personal choice to our game plan.
There's no need to enroll with a primary care physician, and you don't need a referral to see a specialist. Office visits are covered, and there are no claim forms. Now, what could be easier?
Call 1-800-ASK-BLUE for all the benefits of personal choice. The health plan that controls cost, not people.
Every morning, we send our children one day closer to their future. That's why at PNC Bank and Bank of Delaware, every time you get a loan or open a new account, we'll give you special credits to help your local schools get the athletic gear, computer equipment, and other learning tools that children need. Because at PNC Bank, we believe that the best investment in the future is an investment in our children.
If you thought 1993 was a good year at your Quality Plus Ford dealer, we've got even more for 94. Now, the #1 selling car in America, the Ford Taurus, comes with dual airbags standard. Plus, Taurus has child-proof locks, side door impact protection, and available anti-lock brakes. And this year, every Ford car and truck comes with 24-hour roadside assistance. So expect more for 94 on America's #1 cars and trucks. But there's still time to get a great deal on a 93 Ford car and truck in stock. Hurry, see your Quality Plus Ford dealer today.
Al Meltzer, sports, part of the Channel 10 News team, weeknights at 6.
After the off day today, the American League Championship Series resumes tomorrow night, 8 o'clock air time. That's Eastern time, 8:12 the first pitch. Dave Stewart and Alex Fernandez, the Game 6 starters. Stewart 7-0 lifetime in League Championship Series play. And if he pitches the Blue Jays to victory, they will return to the World Series. Chance to defend their world championship. Toronto leads 3-2. Phillies batting in the National League Championship Series Game 5. Leading 2-0. John Kruk, the leadoff batter against Steve Avery. Avery up to 105 pitches now. And the count 2-0 on Kruk, who doubled off Avery in the first to drive in a run. Steve walked John Kruk in the third. 2 balls and a strike on Kruk. What would you estimate today? About 10?
I'd say, yeah, I'd say no more than 10. Somewhere 8 to 10.
Apparently he's capable of getting up around 30. A point that we all hope he does not try to prove. Braves fans offering the Phillies a free haircut if they can hit it to that sign, which is out in the outfield.
Well, it has been well chronicled. The Phillies certainly a blue-collar team. Louis Grizzard, however, he's a terrific columnist here in the Atlanta Constitution. He says he likes the Phillies because the prissy pots don't. Prissy pot's kind of a southern saying. You know, the prissy pots don't. So the prissy pots and Louis Grizzard are on different lanes when it comes to the Phillies. Louis likes the Phillies, but the prissy pots don't. I love that line.
In the air and left. And Gant, just in front of the track, makes the catch. Somewhat of a mock cheer went up as Gant caught it after he misplayed Incaviglia's fly ball that led to a run in the fourth. Phillies still have not had a hit since the first inning, when Kruk doubled to drive in Duncan with the first run of the game. They've only had 2 base runners since the first, a walk to Kruk in the third, and Incaviglia, who reached on the Gant error in the fourth and wound up scoring the second Philadelphia run. Dave Hollins still struggling in the series, 0 for 2 today, 3 for 16 in the 5 games.
I'm not saying this is definitely a fact, but sometimes you rely on an area on your team so much that the other areas relax. For instance, with the Braves, everybody talks about their Fab Four, and they are everything they're built up to be, 75 and 33 this year. And sometimes your offense slacks off. Sometimes your defense slacks off because you depend too much on that one area.
Foul ball into the Braves bullpen. Hollins in a line drive, but several feet foul.
Tell you, Sean, we were ahead of the Detroit Tigers in 1968, 3-1. And I think the Cardinals could have depended on Bob Gibson so much that year. No, he had won 7 straight World Series games. We knew he was going to be available and rested in the 7th game, and it may be a 25-year rationalization, but I'm not too sure we played as hard as we could have in games 5 and 6, knowing that Gibson was there and ready to go. And as it turned out, Detroit won games 5 and 6, and then Gibby pitched 6 shutout innings in game 7, and they got to him for 4 runs in the 7th and 8th, and we lost the game 4-1.
Pendleton, nice play backing up for the second out.
I'm obviously not saying that that's the case with the Braves because they blew the Phillies out in games 2 and 3, but that is a danger that can happen to a team if you're not careful to keep all the departments, defense, hitting, and pitching, on the same keel. Full speed ahead.
Darren Dalton, the batter. He walked in the first and was called out on strikes in the fourth. 2-0 Phillies in the 6th. 2 outs and the base is empty. 2-0 now on Dalton. I mentioned last night that Darren's wife Lynn is the original Hooters girl. And there she is, Lynn Austin Dalton, featured on the cover of Hooters magazine, the publication put out by the restaurant chain. Dalton may try for 2. He took a big turnaround first and then put the brakes on as Justice did a good job getting to it quickly. So Darren Dalton has his 2nd hit in this series. His only other hit was back in game 2, a single off Greg Maddux. First hit for the Phillies since the first inning, when they had 2 hits and scored a run. Pete Incaviglia struck out swinging in the first and hit the fly ball that Gant couldn't catch up against the wall and left. It went for a 3-base error, and Incaviglia scored the second Philadelphia run on the sac fly by Wes Chamberlain. There is action for the first time today in the Atlanta bullpen. Jay Howell is throwing. Pete Incaviglia credits Phillies hitting coach Dennis Menke for much of his success this year. He said that Dennis Menke got him to spread out a little bit more at the plate and concentrate on using his hands more instead of moving his body around all over the plate.
Consequently, the stride is short. You folks have been watching the American League Championship Series. You notice that quiet bat and short stride of Paul Molitor. That's not quite as exaggerated with Incaviglia, but that's what Menke did with him. He shortened the stride and quickened the hands. Hitters don't realize how fast their hands are. A lot of times they try to push the hands out in front, and really if you just let the hands do their natural action through the strike zone, that's enough.
Big swing and a very high pop-up. It'll be close. Pendleton drifting over, and he makes the catch just in front of the Philadelphia dugout. We head to the bottom of the 6th in Atlanta. 2-0 Phillies.
At the Laporte Vineyards, owners Victor and Beth Laporte knew varietal grapes, but profit sharing and pension plans they knew little about. So they turned to someone who gave their financial needs the same care they accorded their wine, Dean Witter.
Where we invest is in the individual. What we invest is our time, our expertise, and our care.
So the Laportes can now not only enjoy success, they can taste it. Dean Witter.
We measure success one investor at a time.
Hey, I don't worry about what's happening on Rodeo Drive. I worry about taking care of my kids. And I want a car I like, even when I'm through paying for it. I want a car to make my life simpler. Isn't that what a car is for, anyway?
What's IBM doing for customers these days? Ask DHL.
Overseas delivery is our bread and butter, so we needed a system that was international and open to working with other systems. That's where IBM came in.
Ask Sanyo.
We use IBM's Worldwide Information Network. It's everywhere we are, and IBM runs the whole thing. That frees us to focus on our own global operations.
If you've got global ambitions, talk to us. There's never been a better time to do business with IBM.
How about that flashlight you got in your hip back there? That's a pretty important piece of equipment to you?
Yeah, it is. It's my eyeballs when the rest of the boat's shut off.
Oh, yeah? What kind of batteries you got in there?
Duracell.
Yeah, there they are. Any reason for picking Duracell?
They last long.
And you're sure about that, huh?
I'm positive.
That's a piece of old lore that was passed along to you by some ancient tugboat captain?
No, that's personal experience.
Personal experience only. It's kind of like the old Bermuda Triangle.
Duracell. No other battery lasts longer.
One of the mysteries of the sea.
How much romance can you stand?
So where's it taking you? To dump.
How much passion can you take?
Corn nuts. Okay.
Northern Exposure is for lovers, all new tonight.
Continuing a tradition that began in 1960 at the Orange Bowl, today's overhead shots are from the Goodyear Blimp, Stars and Stripes from Pompano Beach, Florida. The fans trying to ignite the Braves offense, which has suddenly gone silent over the last 2 games after they scored a record 23 runs combined in games 2 and 3. Only 1 run last night, and they've been shut out through 5 innings this afternoon by Curt Schilling. who's facing the top of the order. Notice Nixon turned as if to bunt. Aaron Dalton couldn't tell where that pitch missed. Nixon 0 for 2 today. He started the series on a torrid pace and has cooled off a little bit lately. 2 for his last 10. A ball and a strike on Nixon, then Blauser and Gant. Schilling has retired 4 in a row, and the Braves have had just 1 infield hit since the second. Backdoor breaking ball didn't nip the corner. 2-1.
Phillies third baseman Dave Hollins and first baseman John Kruk really pinched in with Otis Nixon, and with the pitch they move in a little closer. Corners of the Philly infield squeezed in like an accordion.
The 3-1 on its way. Strike. Inner third. Full count on Nixon. John Vukovich, one of the Phillies coaches. Out of play. We were talking before the game with Jim Fregosi about his decision to leave Milt Thompson in the game last night, already with the lead, leaning toward defense. He didn't send Incaviglia up to pinch hit against the lefty Ken Merker. He said Thompson hits pretty well against left-handed pitching. There's ball 4. Nixon is aboard on the leadoff walk. When we noted to Fregosi that Thompson hits only 175 this year against left-handed pitching, he said, well, I consider that to be pretty good because I judge everything against John Vukovich's lifetime average of 161. Anything above that, Vuk says, is pretty good.
John Vukovich actually a manager in the major leagues for 3 hours. Dallas Green appointed Vukovich the manager of the Cubs, and that afternoon Dallas Green was fired, and so was John Vukovich.
Nixon at first, tying run at the plate with nobody out in the Atlanta 6th. Jeff Blauser sliced one foul. Blauser is singled and struck out. Braves have 4 hits, one of those a first inning single by Blauser. And Schilling is now walked 2. Nixon held on by Kruk. Schilling has thrown 89 pitches today. He threw 136 in game 1.
Aren't too many right-handed pitchers who do a better job than Curt Schilling at holding runners. 11 stolen bases, and 11 were caught. Orel Hershiser, John Burkett, the only 2 that were the same as Schilling. That's as far as right-handers are concerned.
Jimmy Williams through the signs.
And only 25 stolen bases in 606 2/3 innings in his career.
Blauser to right. Dykstra and Chamberlain on the run, and Dykstra makes the catch on the warning track. And Nixon returns to first with 1 out. Blauser hit it a long way to the opposite field, and Dykstra was able to run it down in right center.
That is a long way for Blauser to hit the ball the other way, because all of his home runs this year came to left field. So he's not used to producing that kind of power the other way, and it's run down by Dykstra.
For the first out of the 6th, Philadelphia leads 2-0. Here's Ron Gant, who had an infield single in the 4th, a smash that he hit down the third base line that was backhanded by Hollins. That's to Hollins again, this time a double play ball. He double clutched And as a result, they get only one. Nixon erased 5-4. And with as well as Gant runs, it might not have been a double play opportunity, even if Hollins hadn't double pumped. For those of you who might just be returning home, the Phillies scored first in the first inning. Mariano Duncan singled with one out and scored from first on a double to the right field corner by Kruk. Then Ron Gant couldn't catch a fly ball up against the wall in the fourth inning. The ball hit by Pete Incaviglia. He wound up at third on the Gant error and scored on a sacrifice fly by Wes Chamberlain. Fred McGriff, the tying run at the plate. With 2 outs in the sixth, 2-0 Phillies, 1 ball on McGriff, who singled to right in the first, his 9th hit in 5 games in this series, and he flied to left in the fourth. One ball and 1 strike.
McGriff with 18 home runs with the Padres and 19 home runs with the Braves. The only man in Major League history with 15 or more home runs with 2 teams during one season. And you can understand it if you have 15 or more home runs half the season. How many teams are going to get rid of a guy like that? One, the San Diego Padres.
In a move to dump his salary, his and many others. You think of the team that San Diego would have if they kept just some of the guys who've gone elsewhere. You look at the field today. McGriff, a former Padre, as is John Kruk and Dave Hollins. Other former Padres, Gary Sheffield, Carlos Baerga, Roberto Alomar, Joe Carter. They have the makings of a terrific team. Of course, one of the most underplayed, in my opinion, stories of this baseball season was the fact that before the Padres completed the deal with Atlanta that sent McGriff to the Braves, they had a deal set with the Rockies. They were trying to send McGriff to Colorado for catcher Brad Ausmus and second baseman Roberto Mejia. That deal was done, but the hang-up was a clause in McGriff's contract that prevented him from being traded to an expansion team without his approval. He turned down the deal, even after a lobbying effort by Don Baylor, the Rockies manager. And he strikes out in a big spot here in the sixth. That ends the inning. We go to the seventh, still 2-0 Phillies.
Not so complicated, as simple as can be. You're always a comfort, you set my spirit free. Oh, you're a part of me, that's the heart of me. Dr. Pepper, you're a part of me. Dr. Pepper, you're a part of me.
Americans have always had a love affair with their cars.
Do you love? Who do you love? Yeah, who do you love?
And when it comes to plugs and filters, we guarantee to keep that spark going for a long, long time.
Do you love? Yeah, who do you love?
Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Look to us for special delivery. Call us. We'll arrange to pick you up at your home, office, or repair shop. That's special delivery. That's Enterprise.
Safety is something we all think about. Buick has considered the subject from many angles. So for frontal impacts, Buick Regal offers a driver's side airbag. And for side impacts, Regal meets 1997 government safety standards right now. 3 years in advance. Why has Buick put so much into Regal? Because you put so much into Regal. Regal from Buick, the new symbol for quality in America.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 5 of the National League Championship Series is brought to you by Buick and your local Buick dealers. Allied Signals Autolite spark plugs guaranteed for 2 years no matter how far you go. And by Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper bottler.
Welcome back to Game 5 of the National League Championship Series. The Phillies lead 2-0 as we head to the 7th. Sean McDonough along with Tim McCarver. For the second consecutive game, the Brave starter is doing just about everything that he can do, but he's not on the upside of the score.
Yeah, no thunder from the Braves right now. And you just have to credit Curt Schilling after giving a ton of credit to Danny Jackson last night. Curt Schilling, with only 2 complete game shutouts this year, has one going through 6 this afternoon.
And Steve Avery has only allowed 3 hits and 1 earned run, 2 runs in all, as he works to Wes Chamberlain. And Wes hit the deck with the pitch inside. It's been more than 2 years since Avery hit somebody with a pitch.
Have to go way back to 1977, 8, and 9, a 3-year period that Tom Seaver worked. Tom Seaver did not hit a batter with a pitch in 3 years in a row from 77 through 79, but that ball very close to hitting Chamberlain.
Wes sends it out of play. Chamberlain grew up on the south side of Chicago, close enough to Comiskey Park that he could hear the roars from the crowds there when the White Sox played at home, and his family is hoping for a Philadelphia-Chicago World Series. Wes is one of 11 children. One of his siblings, his younger brother Nathaniel, was shot to death in January of 1990 on a street in Chicago, a slaying that never resulted in a conviction. Wes used to go to Comiskey Park with his older brother Essex and watch the White Sox. Essex is said to be praying for a Phillies White Sox World Series. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Chamberlain. 2-0 Philadelphia, top of the 7th. The changeup bounced down to third. Pendleton has no play. He wisely decided to hang on to it, and Chamberlain has an infield hit.
Well, when a right-handed hitter has to reach for the ball, he gets out of the box quickly. When he's jammed, he doesn't get out of the box quickly, and because Chamberlain had to reach for the ball and didn't hit it hard, he got out of the box quickly and beats the throw. Actually, the non-existent throw, because Pendleton didn't have a hold of the ball. I wouldn't look for a bunt here with Schilling coming up. The pitcher, Curt Schilling, on deck, and Jim Fregosi doesn't like to sacrifice anyway. Whenever you're in doubt, the possibility of the hit and run exists. He could do that here.
Chamberlain, not much of a threat to steal a base. He only stole 2 during the regular season. And the pitches are starting to add up now for Steve Avery. He threw 70 in the first 3 innings. He's up to 127. His first pitch to Stocker, a ball low.
A lot of times the result, as you look at Ken Merker, the left-hander, Jay Howell, the right-hander, a lot of times a guy could still be throwing well, but the result is an infield hit, a man on and nobody out. If he hit it hard and you had the bullpen up, you could understand that. But on an infield hit, the result is that you have a man on first and nobody out. So therefore, that's why the bullpen's back up.
The infield hit by Chamberlain, just the 4th hit for Philadelphia, and the hits are even in this ball game at 4 apiece. Getting much darker overhead now. There was a 20% chance of rain here this evening. Sun peeked out for a while, but for the most part it's been a gray and cool afternoon in Atlanta. (2-0) on Stocker. This is the first inning in this ball game in which the Phillies have had the lead man on. Stocker with a fly ball to right, and Justice makes the catch. 1 out. This is the final game of the series in Atlanta. Game 6 and 7, if necessary, will be played in Philadelphia. We still don't know what time Wednesday's game will begin. It depends upon the result of Game 6 of the American League Championship Series. If Toronto wins Game 6 and wins the series, then we'll play at 8 o'clock Wednesday night. But if the American League Championship Series requires a Game 7, that would be the night game Wednesday, and the Braves and Phillies would play at 3 o'clock. With the first pitch at 3:07. Schilling bunts. Avery goes to first. The lefty covering. It's a sacrifice. 1-4, and Chamberlain is in scoring position with 2 outs.
I was talking to the Phillies team physician, Dr. Phil Marone, this morning, and of course not only is one of his accounts the Philadelphia Phillies, but he has a regular practice in Philadelphia. And he called his office yesterday and said, if Toronto wins on Tuesday night, cancel all my appointments Wednesday.
Lenny Dykstra 0 for 3 today. And now 5 for 19 in the series. Today he's grounded out twice and flying to center. And he looked at strike 1. See him nodding his head. Jerry Crawford, and appeared to say good pitch, although it's tough to read his lips with the chew going at full velocity.
Take an unusual lip reader to read Lenny's lips.
On the ground, right at Lemke. He smothered it and threw out Dykstra. 7th inning stretch at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. The Phillies 2 and the Braves nothing.
Someone very special is on that train. That's why you're driving a Buick LeSabre. You love its powerful V6 engine, anti-lock brakes, and steel safety cage body unit. But you bought LeSabre for the dual airbags. One for you and one for that very special person who sits next to you. LeSabre from Buick, the new symbol for quality in America.
Fooled you. Now see if you're any better at guessing which is the real thing and which is Hitachi Ultravision. Too tough to call? That's because of Ultravision's ultra clear, ultra sharp, and ultra bright picture.
Hit it! Okay! Ultra clear! Ultra sharp! Ultra bright! Ultra vision!
Maybe she wants my autograph.
Maybe!
Yeah! Ultravision. Only from Hitachi.
What's new from Xerox? Xerox Extreme 450 antifreeze and a new 4-year guarantee. If your kid's just starting college, it's guaranteed till he graduates. We've taken our promise to extremes. For the next 4 years or the next 50,000 miles, we guarantee the temperature never drops below Xerox. It's protection you never had from antifreeze before. Get new Xerox Extreme 450. And for the next 4 years, the next 50,000 miles, we guarantee the temperature never drops below Xerox.
You are here. He has the traveler's checks here. Think about that. Now think about this. American Express checks for 2. The only traveler's checks that either of you can use. Don't leave home without them.
The Interplaque Power Toothbrush proved better than manual brushing in 20 clinical studies. This can miss between teeth, but Interplaque's powerful twisting bristles clean teeth nearly plaque-free. Interplaque powers away gingivitis.
Sunday on CBS, it's the Eagles and the Giants, then the 49ers and the Cowboys.
Bless you. He's a big fan.
Welcome back to Fulton County Stadium in Atlanta. Dave Justice is now at bat, and we are with his wife, Halle Berry. In fact, you proposed to David, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
How did that go?
It went well. He said yes, obviously.
How nervous are you right now when he's at bat?
I'm real nervous. We're down 2-0, and we're just not getting any breaks here today, so I'm very nervous.
Is it tough for you to watch these games?
Yeah, it's tough because I always want him to do his best, and then I want the team to, you know, to win ultimately. So with baseball, you know, a team can be up 5-0, and the other team can rally and come back. So you just never know to the last out who's going to win.
Of course, you are an actress, and you are in a movie, The Flintstones, coming up. It's going to be released in March. How is things, and how do things go in Bedrock these days?
Things were good in Bedrock, and shooting is all done. Actually, it's coming out in May. There's a lot of post-production that's going on, but it was fun in Bedrock. Yeah.
Say hi to Wilma and Fred. Thanks for joining us, Hallie. Tim and Sean?
Thank you, Jim. Thanks to Halle Berry. Tough duty for Jim. David Justice. Foul tips one. And the count is 2-2.
Well, as you can tell, baseball has been very, very good to David Justice.
They're quite a couple. He credits the marriage with his maturity, his ability to deal with situations better. He is certainly much better at dealing with the media. His ground ball down the first. And Kruk won the race to the base for the first out of the 7th.
Yeah, you could tell the way David is carrying himself this year, a much more mature approach. And it has certainly shown up in his numbers, too. Mammoth year.
They met at a celebrity baseball game, did Justice and Halle Berry. This is also in the movie The Program that just recently came out. Terry Pendleton, the batter. One out of the 7th. Well hit. Stocker. Nice play on the one hopper for the second out of the inning. And Stocker has been very solid as a 23-year-old rookie shortstop playing in the postseason for the first time.
Nice play right there. He is smooth, and to reiterate what Jim Fregosi said, he is mature beyond his age. We talked about the maturity of David Justice. Certainly Kevin Stocker in that same category.
Berryhill, the batter. Stocker was caught off guard when he was called up from AAA in early July while playing for Scranton Wilkes-Barre. He was at his apartment in the Scranton area and got the phone call at 11 o'clock at night. He realized in the middle of the night that his luggage was on the team plane, the Scranton Wilkes-Barre team, ready to leave on a road trip the next morning. They sent their luggage out to the airport after their home game the night on which Stocker got the call that he was going to the big leagues. So he had to get up the next morning and race to the airport to get his bags before his AAA teammates, his former mates as it turned out, left on their road trip. And then he drove to Philadelphia. Said he only got lost twice on his way to the vet. Kruk, a nice diving play on the line drive by Damon Berryhill, and Schilling works a very quick 1-2-3-7. 2-0 Philadelphia.
Driver, do you have any Bud Light in your vehicle?
Yes.
Then I am Mr. Gallywikich.
You mean Dr. Galakowicz?
Yes, I am. This is so cool.
First time in a limo? Doctor?
In a limo this small.
If you want great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
Safety is something we all think about. Buick has considered the subject from many angles. So for frontal impacts, Buick Regal offers a driver's side airbag. And for side impacts, Regal meets 1997 government safety standards right now. 3 years in advance. Why has Buick put so much into Regal? Because you put so much into Regal. Regal from Buick, the new symbol for quality in America.
Great look, beautiful hair. And only weeks ago, she came to my salon with a problem, dandruff. So I showed her what Head & Shoulders can do. We washed half her hair with regular shampoo, the other half with Head & Shoulders. The result? Regular shampoo side, dandruff. Head & Shoulders side, flake-free. Looking good, Sally.
Thanks to you.
Head & Shoulders, because beautiful hair can't have flakes.
If you demand more from an aftershave than alcohol burn, you gotta try new alcohol-free Sensitive from Old Spice with cooling sensates. It's proof aftershave doesn't have to hurt to work. Take the heat out of aftershave. Demand proof. Try new Sensitive from Old Spice.
Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Look to us for special delivery. Call us. We'll arrange to pick you up at your home, office, or repair shop. That's special delivery. That's enterprise.
This game summary is sponsored by Bud Light.
As we head to the 8th, the Phillies lead 2-0. They scored in the first on an RBI double by John Kruk that knocked in Mariano Duncan. The second run came on a sacrifice fly by Wes Chamberlain. It was 2 outfield assists, the league championship series record in this ball game. Kurt Schilling has pitched 7 shutout innings. Steve Avery allowed only 1 earned run over 7. But as we go to the 8th, the Braves have a relief pitcher on the mound, Kent Merker, who worked last night. Mariano Duncan, the leadoff hitter, and the count is 2-0. Duncan singled in the first inning and scored on the Kruk double. He has flied to right twice since then. John Kruk on deck, and then Dave Hollins. A strike. 2-1. Kim Batiste is warming up, and undoubtedly he's getting ready to enter the ball game for defensive reasons. He made a big defensive play last night. Steve Avery worked 7 innings and allowed 2 runs, only 1 of them earned. Avery only surrendered 4 hits and 2 walks. He struck out 5 and threw a wild pitch. Full count on Duncan. Struck him out with a pitch low and out of the strike zone. At the conclusion of today's game, Tim McCarver and I will select the Chevrolet Most Valuable Player of the game. Chevrolet will donate $1,000 in the player's name to the Special Olympics.
Sean, as this series moves along, it's starting to bear a strong parallel to the 1960 World Series when Pittsburgh played the New York Yankees.
John Kruk, the batter.
In 1960, the Pirates won at home 6-4. The Phillies won at home 4-3. Then in Game 2, the Yankees won on the road 16-3. Game 3, the Yankees won 10-0. And Game 4, the Pirates beat the Yankees 3-2, and they also won 5-2 in Game 5. So the scores alone are starting to go similarly to that 1960 series, which was unbelievable. The Yankees outscored the Pirates 55-27, and the Pirates still won it.
John Kruk with the count of 1-2.
The 3 wins that year by the Yankees: 16-3, 10-0, and 12-0.
Kruk fouled it out of play. Still 1-2 with 1 out and the bases empty. 8th inning. 2-0 Philadelphia. He struck him out. Jim Fregosi mentioned that Kruk's problem last night was his head flying off the ball, and that certainly appeared to be the case on that swing.
I think of all the things that go wrong with hitters, the most common thing is pulling the front side out of there prematurely. See, the shoulder leads the way, and when that shoulder leaves, the body leaves.
Actually, the head stayed in there pretty well, but as you said, the rest of his body went flying open. And Kruk strikes out for the 2nd out of the inning. Here's Dave Hollins, 0 for 3 today. At the moment, the Phillies have the slight upper hand in the series, despite much from Hollins and Dalton. Blauser on the move. Nice play. And the Phillies go in order in the 8th after 7½. 2-0 Philadelphia.
Ever wonder why a hamburger costs $10 in Tokyo? Or why a cab to the airport there runs about $120? Or why their luxury cars seem so expensive, especially when compared to the Oldsmobile 88 Special Edition, which, even with air, automatic, cruise, tilt, anti-lock brakes, and dual airbags, costs just $19,995? It's your money.
For all of you with the courage to go it alone, to put your future on the line and your name on the door, there's the corporate card from American Express. Use it for all your business expenses. We'll organize them by category and even provide records of charges. It's a great way for any company to get a handle on costs. Call 1-800-SUCCESS. The corporate card to your success.
Diet Dr. Pepper, the taste you've been looking for.
Most people retire to Northern California for the gentle climate. Neil McBain came here to race in the fabled Monterey Historic. And Dean Witter was with him every mile of the way.
Respect the power of a client's dream and help them achieve it.
That's why 11 years ago, Dean Witter mapped out Neil's financial course with one goal in mind. Victory. Dean Witter.
We measure success one investor at a time.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of Major League Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form without the express written consent of Major League Baseball. As expected, Kim Batiste has entered the ball game at third base. The Phillies trying to shore up their defense with a 2-0 lead in the 8th. Tim, I'm a bit surprised that along those lines, Pete Incaviglia is still in the ball game in left field.
I am too, especially with Sanders on deck. He's going to pinch hit for Merker, so Merker's out of the game. Jay Howell's warming up. Jim Fregosi leaving him in there, so he'll hit in the 9th inning, but he may be hitting against a right-hander. And Milt Thompson's the guy who pinch hits and plays against right-handed pitching all year and is a much better defensive player.
Breaking ball missed to Lemke, 1-1. Jim Fregosi said after the game last night he never considered lifting Thompson for Incaviglia because he doesn't like to weaken his defense in the late innings with the lead. Here's a chance to strengthen his defense with the lead in the late innings. And at least in this instance, he has let it pass by.
Yeah, and in the 9th inning, the 5, 6, and 7 spots for the Phillies are due up, including Incaviglia and Chamberlain.
Lemke called out on a pitch over the outside part of the plate.
That's the 8th strikeout for Curt Schilling. That's the splitter right there, right on the corner. Remember, he struck out 10 to tie Steve Carlton for the team record in NLCS play. And now he has 8 today.
Deion Sanders batting for Merker. Deion was an excellent pinch hitter during the regular season. He had .414 off the bench. Schilling's first pitch, a ball. Sanders up, and then Otis Nixon for Bobby Cox. Time is running out in this ball game for Atlanta. They're down to the final 5 outs, trailing 2-0. Little pop-up along the line. Batiste and Stalker, and it's Batiste. 2 down in the 8th. Schilling has retired 8 in a row and 12 of the last 13 Atlanta hitters.
And the Braves have not had a hit since the 4th inning. And that was an infield hit
by Ron Gant. Otis Nixon. 0 for 2 with a walk his last time up. 1 strike on Nixon. This is pitch number 114 from Schilling. The ball. One ball and 2 strikes. So it's conceivable that this could be the last game in this stadium in an Atlanta uniform for Otis Nixon. It's an option year in his contract next year, and it's Otis's option. He hasn't decided yet whether he'll exercise the option. Even if he does, it's still possible that the Braves could trade him. John Sherholtz, their general manager, has said that he won't decide if the Braves can continue to live with Dion and Otis and the controversy that goes with it. That's the decision that'll be made in the offseason.
Well, to try to balance things out, remember, if the Braves do lose this game, that will put them in the same situation they were in 1991. They went to Pittsburgh, and the Pirates didn't score a run. The rest of the NLCS, Avery shut out Pittsburgh 1-0, and Smoltz 4-0.
Down the line in Cavilla, couldn't get it. And he goes up and over into the Philadelphia bullpen. And the good news is he appears to be fine. He's trotting back to his position, and the classy fans here in Atlanta applaud as Cavilla runs back to left field.
Well, Pete just couldn't stop, but he did appear to slow up enough to catch his fall and to break what could have been a serious accident. Pete's all right.
Strike 3. Another 1-2-3 inning for Schilling. He has struck out 9. On to the 9th, 2-0 Phillies.
There are times you can feel your body heat rising, higher and higher. Fortunately, there's Degree antiperspirant. It's body heat activated. Every time your body heat rises, Degree releases extra protection to keep you cooler, drier.
You're up next.
Thank you. Good morning.
Nothing protects you like Degree. Your body heat turns it on.
He did what? If this reminds you of the level of productivity in your office,
Ow! Bonehead.
there's something you should know.
It is. Who got the paper stuck in there?
I just put new paper in.
How'd you do it?
Byers Lab gave every Mita copier they tested their highest rating for uptime. So if you want a more productive office, get a Mita. Call 1-800-ABC-MITA.
If you care about this big, beautiful world, show me.
Don't give me another toxic antifreeze.
Give me something different.
Don't just tell me how it protects to 70 below.
And guards against rust?
Any antifreeze can do that.
Tell me it's safer for my dog, my family, the kids.
Tell me nothing protects better.
And it's biodegradable.
That's what I want to know.
That's what I want to hear.
New Sierra. It's not just antifreeze, it's safety freeze.
They say good pitching beats good hitting any day. The Achieva Special Edition by Oldsmobile. Check out this slow curve. How about a backdoor slider? Here comes one all loaded up. Yeah, and here comes the money pitch. It's your call.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 5 of the National League Championship Series is brought to you by Oldsmobile. Anheuser-Busch, who proudly brings you Family Talk. Let's stop underage drinking before it starts. And by Nestle Crunch. Feel the crunch. Lift your spirit. Get the scrunchious feeling of a Nestle Crunch.
We go to the ninth in Game 5 of the National League Championship Series. Philadelphia with a 2-0 lead. And Greg McMichael is on as the third Atlanta pitcher of the ballgame. Greeted by Darren Dalton, who looked at ball one outside. Dalton had a hit his last time up, just his second hit in the series. 1 for 2 today. And 2 for 14 in the 5 games. McMichael with a fastball for a strike. He's a changeup specialist. And over the second half of the season was the Braves closer. He's making his third appearance in this series, and Dalton lifts one to deep right. Justice on the run, looking up, home run, Darren Dalton. Dalton's first home run and first RBI in the series. And the Phillies lead 3-0. A little more breathing room for Curt Schilling in the ninth.
Dalton has been on base 7 times in the last 2 games. It looked like he was looking for the changeup up in the zone, and he went into his home run trot immediately. But McMichael continues to struggle.
McMichael making his third appearance in this series. He's pitched 2 1/3 innings and has now given up 3 runs on 6 hits. In Cavilla's fly to right, handled by Justice for the first out. McMichael appeared what would be considered mop-up duty with the Braves way ahead in Game 3. We speculated that perhaps it was designed to get his confidence back, and it didn't, because he gave up a run in that outing and an inning of work. Leo Mazzoni said no, it wasn't designed to build back his confidence, but was intended just to prevent him from going more than 3 days without throwing. Chamberlain, the batter. He had an infield hit his last time up, had a sacrifice fly back in the 4th, then knocked in the second Philadelphia run. West struck out in the second against Steve Avery. All of a sudden, a very silent crowd of 52,032 here at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. Popped up, shallow right. Justice again, 2 down.
I think the crowd showed up this afternoon a bit tentative to begin with, and then they see all the good defensive plays by the Phillies in the first 2 innings. A chance to score. Blauser cut down at home on the relay. Chamberlain, Stocker, Dalton, and then Chamberlain again in the second inning, nailing Damon Berryhill to end the inning, trying to stretch a single to a double. So that kind of set the stage, and the crowd has not been in this game for the most part at all today.
Those plays and the run that the Phillies scored in the top of the first set the tone. Even before the game started, you could detect the tension in the stands. Stocker with a count of 1-1. In the bottom of the ninth, the Braves have Jeff Blauser, Ron Gant, and Fred McGriff coming up. One and 2 on Stocker, who's 0 for 3 today. Chopped over the mound, charged by Lemke, and that ends the inning. An insurance run for Philadelphia on the Dalton home run. On to the bottom of the ninth, 3-0 Philadelphia.
Accepting yourself as a mature adult means eating a nutritious cereal and realizing part of you still cries, "Gimme frosting!" But that's okay. We can overcome these urges. We can deny ourselves fat and salt as long as we repress our feelings about taste. I want taste!
Easy. With Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheats, you can have it all. For the adult in you, whole grain wheat, no fat or salt. For the kid in you, lightly frosted, great taste.
I'm glad I've analyzed what I really want. The frosting!
Old Spice asks, where do you go to test your endurance? New High Endurance, with an odor-fighting formula so long-lasting, not even the leading stick can keep up.
High Endurance delivers.
For better odor protection, get the better deodorant stick. Demand proof. Get New High Endurance.
Airbags, seat belts, and anti-lock brakes, child safety seats, careful driving, and a set of Michelins.
Smith Barney Shearson, where we stand on the stock market. With stock prices near an all-time high, many analysts consider the market overvalued. We are not among them. We believe the market will go even higher, and we've identified companies we think will lead the way. Companies you may not expect. Talk with us. Smith Barney Shearson. We make money the old-fashioned way. We earn it.
You know the zip code for Beverly Hills. You've been to a place off a street named Melrose. Starting October 27th, there's a new place for LA action.
Having fun, boys?
Head south with LA's wildest detective team.
You know, you're a little overdressed for Compton. So are you, Bubba. Yeah, but I look good.
Glenn Fry and Aries Spears.
Give me a kiss, baby!
South of Sunset, October 27th.
And we'd like to thank the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company and their aerial ambassador, Airship Stars and Stripes, for all the great shots during today's coverage. Defensive changes, as you might expect for the Phillies. Milt Thompson is now in the game in left field. And Jim Eisenreich is in right. Perhaps surprising that Eisenreich didn't bat for Chamberlain in the last half inning with the right-handed pitcher McMichael on the mound. But he's in the game now, and here's Blauser. Braves batting in the ninth, down 3-0. Kurt Schilling. You would have thought coming in he'd be hard-pressed to top his performance of Game 1. But to this point, he has. He has shut out the Braves on 4 hits while striking out 9. 2-0. Schilling has now thrown 121 pitches. And should he falter, Mitch Williams will be ready in the bottom of the ninth.
And the one thing Schilling doesn't want to do is get the crowd in the game. Then it becomes much more difficult to concentrate. And they're up on their feet right now.
Getting themselves into the game. Wow. Very close, and called the ball. Ordinarily, when pitchers are around the plate all day long, as these two starting pitchers are, you get those pitches. Blauser has one of the 4 Braves hit a first-inning single. That's definitely high, and ball 4. The lead man is on in 4 pitches. No Phillies pitcher has ever thrown a complete game shutout in a postseason game. The only shutout by the Phillies ever in the postseason was Game 1 of the '83 National League Championship Series against Los Angeles, and in that game Carlton and Holland combined on the shutout. Tying run is still in the on-deck circle as Ron Gant digs in. And that home run by Dalton looms large now. Gant would have had the chance to tie it with one swing of the bat were it not for the Dalton home run. His one hit today, an infield single in the 4th. And that is the most recent hit for Atlanta. They had 2 hits in the 1st, 1 in the 2nd. The infield hit by Gant in the fourth, and they have not had a hit since.
John Krug behind Jeff Blauser at first base. All the Phillies want, one out. They'll take the double play naturally, but they're looking for one out here. They don't care whether Blauser steals or not.
Schilling had retired 9 in a row before the leadoff walk to Blauser. You may recall that in game one, Schilling argued in the dugout with Jim Fregosi. He wanted to stay in the ball game. Fregosi wouldn't let him when the pitch count got high. He has let him try to finish the ball game today. Foul ball out of play to the right. The ball and 2 strikes on Gant. And Fred McGriff will bat next. Tommy Green on the left. He'll be the game 6 starter for Philadelphia. The 1-2 to Gant. He tied him up. A little pop up near the dugout. It'll be a couple of rows back.
I guess what controversy has arisen in this series is whether Tommy Green should have been the starting pitcher for the Phillies or Curt Schilling. Well, I think it's pretty clear that Jim Fregosi made the right move starting Schilling.
The 1-2 is low. And what a transformation for Curt Schilling. When he was with the Astros, he was a relief pitcher. When the Phillies got him just prior to the start of the '92 season, they envisioned him as a guy who would pitch the 7th or 8th innings. They got him from the Astros for Jason Grimsley. That has turned out to be a terrific deal for Philadelphia. One of many made by Lee Thomas to build this Phillies team into a division winner. Two balls and 2 strikes on Ron Gant. Blauser at first with nobody out in the bottom of the 9th. The Phillies lead game 5, 3-0. This series is tied at 2 wins apiece. Now the 2-2. Full count on Gant.
I don't think I'd send Blauser here. You're down by 3. A line drive double plays in order, and Gant runs well enough not to ground into a double play.
They do send Blauser. He hits it down to third. Batiste dropped the ball.
Remember, we said the Phillies were looking for 1 out. They'll take the double play, but I think he thought about throwing to second. With the runner running, forget second base. See that look back over his shoulder? He was thinking about second base. He saw Blauser running and now doesn't get the handle. He should take the sure route at first base. And now it looks like the wild thing again for another wild time.
3-0. McGriff coming up when we come back.
Hunger in the United States is at a record level. The best estimates are that there's 30 million people that are hungry in this country. There are many, many infants and young children who suffer from malnutrition. There's just no excuse for that kind of tragedy. What Share Strength does is we get resources to communities so that they can feed more people more effectively. It's going to take a lot to solve hunger in this country. We're grateful for American Express card members' support in helping to provide a meal every time they use the card.
Now till December 31st, use the American Express card to help feed millions of people.
The charge against hunger is a battle that we can win.
Do you want to jam? Get new Nestle Crunch Jammin' Bars. Rip into rock, unwrap the rap, jazz, and reggae. Collect all 12 Nestle Crunch Jammin' designs. You want to jam? Get new Nestle Crunch Jammin' Bars.
More Americans trust Napa for everything they need to keep their vehicles running and to help them save, too. Get this Napa Power Battery for just $29.99 after rebate. An Evercraft 30-piece socket set is just $14.99. And a 3-pack of STP gas treatment is a low $1.99. So run into your nearest Napa Auto Parts store today.
We keep America running. We keep America running.
When a drifter without a past meets 9 kids who need a coach, could a miracle make their dreams come true? Burt Reynolds, Reba McEntire, the man from left field, Friday.
It's been voted the best hour on television.
Was he holding a knife when you shot him?
Emmy's best drama.
The defendant is the mayor of the town.
Emmy's best actor.
I will not call it self-defense.
Emmy's best actress.
You seem to be taking this very personally.
The shocking season premiere, Picket Fences, Friday, October 22nd.
You can see Batiste looking at Jeff Blauser at first base, and now he gets set. So he knew Blauser was running. If that's the case, why did he think about throwing the second base? The play clearly should have gone to first. The inexperience of the young Batiste right there.
So once again, Schilling will have to watch and agonize from the dugout as somebody else tries to finish a masterpiece that he started. The tying run is at the plate. Mitch Williams on to face Fred McGriff. First pitch, hammered up the middle, base hit. Blauser comes around to score the first Atlanta run. Gant to third, it's 3-1 Philadelphia.
This ball hit hard to the right of Mariano Duncan. It actually went under his glove, and McGriff comes through again.
Batiste has had a roller coaster ride. This is the third game in which he's been inserted in the series for defense. He's made an error in 2 of those 3 games. And of course, last night he made a terrific play to help save Williams and the Phillies. Tying run at first, winning run at the plate. David Justice, the batter. He looked at ball 1 inside. He's 0 for 2 with a walk in the 4th inning.
Here's a situation you may think about using a pinch runner for Fred McGriff. McGriff is an average runner, but Bill Pecota is a better one.
2-0. Justice only 1 for 12 lifetime against Mitch Williams. He throws to first, and Kruk had to reach for it. The run in this inning charged to Schilling. He walked the leadoff man, Blauser. And with Blauser running on a 3-2 pitch to Gant. Gant hit a ground ball down to third. The Batiste booted for an error. And McGriff singled in Blauser. And Williams is in with his first strike to Justice. 2 balls and 1 strike. Justice to be followed by Terry Pendleton. Fly ball, foul ground, and slicing toward the seats.
Phillies with a 2-run lead here. Runners at first and third. And as far as the Phillies are concerned, there is only a runner at first. You forget about the runner at third. You don't even think about it. Play it like you have a 1-run lead with the runner on first and nobody out.
The 2-2 to Justice. He fought off the tough pitch inside. It was a similar message that Jim Fregosi tried to impart to Williams and the Philadelphia infield when he went to the mound last night in that pressure situation in the ninth. He said the old infield looked like they were deers that had just seen headlights in the dark. Justice to left. Thompson coming on to make the catch. They'll let Gant come to the plate without the throw. It's 3-2.
And you know, the crowd is applauding like something good happened. Nothing good happened in that at bat by the Braves because the Phillies got what they wanted, and that was an out, even though a run scored. The players, however, know that they got the important thing done, and that was the out.
And that run charge to Schilling. He can only be the winning pitcher. He cannot lose it. Williams is responsible for McGriff at first. He represents the tying run at first with one out and Terry Pendleton the hitter. He's 0 for 3 today. A pop-up. It'll be close and back into the stands. 3 rows behind the Braves dugout.
I think it's even more imperative to use a pinch runner now for McGriff. You have one out. You have a gap hitter up there. Third base with one out becomes imperative. A ground ball up the middle, and Bill Pecota would have a better chance to go to third than Fred McGriff.
Out of play. 0-2.
You might be thinking, well, what if the Braves get into extra innings? Wouldn't McGriff be valuable? Well, certainly, but you've got to tie it before you can win it. Sanders is gone. He pinch hit in the 8th inning, so you can't use Dion. If he were available, he'd be the guy to be used here.
The 0-2 pitch. Pendleton has more power from the left side of the plate. He only hit 4 home runs right-handed this year. He hit 13 from the left. And Dalton wants to discuss the big upcoming 1-2 pitch. Francisco Cabrera has moved into the on-deck circle to bat for Damon Berryhill. Philadelphia. McGriff at first with one out. The 1-2 to Pendleton. Up the middle, a base hit. McGriff stops at second.
I don't think you can say with any surety that Bill Pecota would have been on third base, but I think he would have had a better chance to be on third base. But McGriff has to stop at second base.
And Cabrera will bat for Berryhill. But he'll wait as the pitching coach, Johnny Padres, goes to the mound.
Not saying that Bill Pecota is that much faster than McGriff, but he is slightly faster, and he's a better base runner and might be thinking third base more than McGriff was. That's a key right now because there's only one out. If there were 2 or no outs, it wouldn't be as important.
The tying run is at second. The winning run at first with one out. 2 runs in for Bobby Cox's team in the bottom of the 9th. And here's Cabrera. He's been used twice as a pinch hitter in the series. He's 1 for 2. It was very critical of his pinch hitting ability in the regular season when he went 9 for 51 off the bench. Chopped up the middle, tough play. Stalker couldn't get it. Here comes McGriff with the tying run. Francisco Cabrera, the hero of Game 7 of last year's League Championship Series, has knocked in the tying run in Game 5 of this LCS.
It appeared for a second that Stocker was going to corral this ball, and then at the last minute, with that overspin, it hopped into center, and Pendleton goes to third. That's as important as McGriff scoring. Now the Phillies will move the outfield in and the infield in.
They have to make a play at the plate with Mark Lemke up. First and third and one out. Winning run at third. 3-3 to score in the ninth. Lemke with a pop-up out of play. Only 3 times has a team come back to win a postseason game after trailing by 3 or more runs in the ninth, as was the situation today. All 3 of those comebacks occurred in the League Championship Series in 1986 within 5 days of each other. The Red Sox did it once, the Angels did it once, and the Mets did it once. Lemke's 0 for 3 today. The 0-1 pitch bounced down the line, foul ball. 0-2 the count. Bill Pacoda has moved into the on-deck circle to bat for the pitcher, who is scheduled next.
I think we're finding out why Bill Pacoda didn't pinch run for Fred McGriff. All the other pinch hitters that Bobby Cox has are left-handers. Sid Bream, Tony Tarasco.
Williams could desperately use the strikeout. With the count 0-2, he went to first to keep Cabrera close.
Yeah, but why? I mean, if you overthrow first base, what's the reason to throw to first base when an insignificant runner's over there? Cabrera's not going anywhere.
3-3 in the bottom of the ninth. The 0-2 to Lemke. Up and away. Lemke 5 for 10 lifetime against Williams. He hit the long drive to the wall that Thompson made the great catch on off Williams yesterday. The 1-2 pitch. Williams went to the breaking ball and missed. The outfield has to play shallow. A deep fly ball wins the game on a sacrifice fly. Foul ball.
You notice how Williams is making Lemke reach for balls off the plate. You don't know whether that's by design because Williams is a wild pitcher, but he does have a spot for him. If he elects to walk him, then you pitch to the pinch hitter, Bill Pacoda.
Lemke, a very tough man to strike out. He only fanned 6 times right-handed this year and 139 at bats. Line down the left field line. Foul ball. The Braves were that close to victory. Two on Lemke. He doesn't like to be called Mr. October, but he has been. The Braves have scored 3 to tie it here in the bottom of the ninth. Then they have runners at first and third with 1 out. The infield and outfield in for Philadelphia.
And you see that many pitches. If you're Mark Lemke, you're zeroing in on the strike zone. I think if Williams gets him out, it's going to be out of the strike zone.
This will be the 8th pitch to Lemke. He struck him out. With the breaking ball down and in, a huge strikeout for Mitch Williams for the 2nd out of the 9th.
A biting slider on the inside part of the plate, off the plate to get Lemke. Look how far inside.
Now Bill Pacoda, who had a pinch hit single off Williams last night. And you might recall it was Pacoda who led off the 9th inning of game 1 against Williams. Williams walked him on 4 pitches, and Pacoda wound up scoring the tying run that forced extra innings. Cabrera takes off for second. They let him go as Pacoda looked at a ball. Winning run at third with 2 outs for Atlanta in the 9th. 3-3 the score. The 1-1 pitch. Fly ball should be caught. Dykstra. And we go to extra innings. The Braves get 3, but the Phillies have to be relieved that that's all they got. 10th inning upcoming, tied at 3.
Promise to let you color a red rose green. A promise that a secret whispered is as good as kept. A promise to keep things safe for you.
To help keep their promises, people rely on us to ensure their lives, their health, and their financial future. Mass Mutual, we help you keep your promises.
Corning presents an exciting debut, Pink Plus, a new insulation that's silky to the touch. The reason? Pink Plus is our famous pink fiberglass insulation wrapped in smooth pink poly, which also makes it extra easy to install. So get in touch with a premier insulation. For the Pink Plus dealer nearest you, call 1-800-GET-PINK.
There are times you can feel your body heat rising. Fortunately, there's Degree Antiperspirant. It's body heat activated. Every time your body heat rises, Degree releases extra protection.
Great, you made it.
Degree, your body heat turns it on.
Who makes the only TV with a smart sound feature, which ensures your volume will stay at normal levels, even when something like this comes on?
Magnavox. Smart. Very smart.
Yes! No use shouting, old man.
I've been thinking about buying an American car. The GM MasterCard was a tremendous incentive. 5% on every purchase really adds up. I work hard at my job.
You've got to make every dollar count. I love my kids.
My wife and I are going to be the biggest influence in their lives. The 5% I earned with the GM card definitely saved me money when I leased my Pontiac Grand Am.
Being a father changes your priorities.
The GM card with no annual fee. To apply, call 1-800-8GM-CARD.
So the Braves got 3 in dramatic fashion to tie it in the bottom of the 9th. Then the Phillies dodged the bullet to hang on and force extra innings. And now the big story as we head to the 10th is the catching situation. The Braves, Jim Gray told you at the start of our telecast that Greg Olson was injured last night, hurt his left wrist when he was hit by the pitch and put that left wrist down to brace his fall. So Francisco Cabrera has to go behind the plate, and he only caught 3 innings this year. 1 inning in a game on June 3rd, 2 innings on July 25th. How much of a factor is that?
No, it's a huge factor. Huge. Handling Mark Wohlers, there's Greg Olson. Not only the sore right shoulder, but the sore wrist that was x-rayed this morning. X-rays were negative, but he can only catch in an emergency situation. And the Phillies' policy right now has got to be, if you get on base, run immediately. First, second pitch, that type of thing. And then put the pressure on Cabrera catching Wohlers, who is a very difficult pitcher to catch, and hope for a pass ball, wild pitch, and try to score a run that way. If you're Wohlers, however, you want to keep the Phillies off the base more than ever.
Mickey Morandini batting for the pitcher Williams. Lifts a fly ball to left center, handled by Nixon, 1 out. Larry Anderson is warming up. It appears he will be the pitcher when we go to the bottom of the 10th. There's Anderson. And that home run by Dalton did turn out to be a big home run. In the 9th off McMichael. McMichael worked 1 inning, gave up 1 hit and the 1 run on the Dalton homer.
And now I would imagine Dykstra will take early in the count and try to push the ball out of the strike zone with Wohlers.
He does take the first pitch, and it's a strike. Dykstra's 0 for 4 today. He's only had it out of the infield once, and that was back in the first on a fly ball to center. He's bounced out 3 times since then. That was 93 on the gun by Wohlers, who can get it up around 100. Braves have had Wohlers reach 100 miles per hour on their gun in the past. He pitched 2 innings last night and struck out 5. He also walked a couple.
That's an example right there of the problems Cabrera's going to have. That ball's almost a strike. It hit off the heel of the glove. And don't think the Phillies don't notice things like this if they can get on.
Greg Olson unable to play with the wrist injury. The 2-1 pitch. And of course, the last player dropped off the Braves roster when they had to get back down to 25 for the postseason was Javier Lopez, their highly touted catching prospect, who spent much of the year at Richmond. They debated going with Lopez instead of Tony Tarasco and decided that Tarasco's pinch hitting ability and late inning defense would be more important than what they thought was the luxury of another catcher.
Yep.
Just outside. Full count on Dykstra. Wohlers will face Mariano Duncan next. 3-3 the score with 1 out in the top of the 10th. Fastball lifted to right. Well hit. Nixon at the wall. Home run, Lenny Dykstra. We showed you earlier that it was 7 years ago today that Dykstra hit a huge home run to win a league championship series game for the Mets against Houston. And here in extra innings, he puts Phillies back on top 4-3. Second home run in the series for Dykstra and the 6th postseason homer of his career.
Both home runs have been against Mark Wohlers, too. The first one in the blowout in game 2, and now the 3-2 pitch that was down in the strike zone. And you may remember last night's game, we said anything from the waist up against Wohlers, you have a tendency to pop up, but you can drive the low pitch, and that's what Dykstra did.
Duncan missed the breaking ball. Well, there are many who have said, including Tommy Lasorda here on CBS a couple of nights ago, that if you can get into the Braves bullpen, you can exploit that as a weakness. And the bullpen has let Bobby Cox down again tonight. McMichael gave up the Dalton home run last inning. Wohlers the home run to Dykstra here in the 10th. Duncan checked his swing. A ball and 2 strikes. The Braves have the top of their order due up in the bottom of the 10th. Otis Nixon, Jeff Blauser, and Ron Gant against Larry Anderson, who has not pitched well in this series today. Strike 3. No argument from Duncan. He was frozen by the Wohlers breaking ball.
Jimmy Williams pushing Otis Nixon around toward left center. Williams in charge of outfield alignment. And the outfield will play deep, deeper than normal for Kruk to prevent the extra base hit.
He tomahawks one right at Nixon. Again, they had him in perfect position. Lenny Dykstra with a home run to give the Phillies the lead. It's 4-3 Philadelphia as we go to the bottom of the 10th.
The great masters. They defined civilization in Europe for centuries. Now we're defining civilization on the way there. United Airlines' renowned international service to 15 cities all across Europe. Come fly the airline that's uniting the world. Come fly the friendly skies.
I'll tell you where the time goes. Every year I spend 3,000 hours sleeping, 500 hours commuting, 2,000 hours working. Then I get this idea, boing. Every day for lunch I order one of McDonald's extra value meals. Now I'm not only saving money, I'm in and out so fast I figure I'm saving 5-6 hours a week, huh? That's nearly 2 weeks of free time a year. So in 12 months I'm gonna have all this extra cash plus 2 extra weeks. And right now I'm thinking Hawaii.
What you want is what you get.
What?
At McDonald's today.
Dykstra ran the count to 3-2 and gets a pitch to his liking and drills it to right center. Down in the strike zone. That ball was hit more to straightaway center than right center. And another big postseason home run for Lenny Dykstra, his 6th in his career.
Larry Anderson is the new pitcher for Philadelphia. Mickey Morandini stays in the game at second base. So Anderson would bat on the number 2 spot on the lineup, previously occupied by Mariano Duncan, who is out. And as we said in the top of the inning, Anderson has not fared well in his 2 appearances in this National League Championship Series.
Anderson giving up 4 earned runs in 1 1/3 innings. I think the pitch that the Braves were complaining about with Jerry Crawford may have been the 2-2 pitch to Dykstra. It just missed. And I think the Braves dugout was very upset with that.
Top of the order. Nixon, Blauser, and Gant coming up. 4-3 Philadelphia, bottom of the 10th. The Phillies won 11 extra inning games during the regular season.
And game 1 of this championship series.
Those 11 extra inning wins during the regular season led the majors. 1-1 on Nixon. How about this for a possible scenario? There's certainly a long way to go in this series. But if the Phillies win the series, Kurt Schilling would be their leading candidate to be the MVP in his 2 performances. And he isn't going to be credited with a win in either one of his 2 starts.
He worked 8 innings his first time out, 8 plus his second time out.
It's possible that a starting pitcher without a win in the series could be the most valuable player.
We talked about the value of pitching good no decisions earlier when Steve Avery, we told the fans that Avery was 28-7 this year in no decisions. Well, the 2 no decisions Schilling has in this series have been superb.
Anderson's 2-1 and Nixon wasn't close.
And Nixon will be taking here.
And a strike. The count is full. When we talked with Jim Fregosi about the failure of his setup men in this series, Anderson and West, who pitched so well during the regular season, he said, well, we're into new territory with those 2 guys. Nixon drives one to right. Eisenreich with room just in front of the track. He makes the catch. One out in the 10th. As Fregosi said, Larry Anderson is 40 years old. He's the oldest player in the National League. He pitched 64 times during the regular season. David West wasn't a relief pitcher until this year, and they used him out of the bullpen 76 times. So it's possible that they're running on low tanks. Blauser looked at a ball. He started the 9th inning rally with a leadoff walk and scored the first of the 3 Braves runs. 4-3 Philadelphia. Bottom of the 10th. 1 out of the bases empty. The 1-0 of Blauser. 1 ball and 1 strike. Just about everything Anderson is throwing is up.
He's dropping his shoulder and consequently leading with his elbow. Pitchers refer to that, and pitching coaches refer to that as pushing the ball. The 1-2. That's a more typical Larry Anderson pitch. Yeah, 2 balls and 2 strikes on Blauser. That's his bread and butter right there. His staple pitch, that slider low and away to right-handed batters. He struck him out. 2 outs in the bottom of the 10th. Well, this wasn't low and away, but it was away enough to get Blauser. Ron Gant will see those same tight pitches. Ron Gant looked at a ball outside. He has 1 hit in 4 trips. He reached on the Batiste error in the 9th and scored the 2nd of the 3 runs. Anderson said before the series started he was going to enjoy every minute of this. At age 40, he doesn't know if he'll ever get back to postseason play. And he said he learned to appreciate every experience in Major League Baseball because it took him 9.5 years to establish himself as a Major League pitcher. It wasn't until age 30 that he was full-time at the Major League level. The 1-1 the game. Chop in foul territory off third to Batiste, and now the Braves are down to their final strike. He has thrown him 3 sliders, and if there was ever a time to make sure that if a hitter beats you, he's going to beat you with your best pitch, this is it. And regardless of what happens, this is the last guy Anderson faces because Fred McGriff is on deck and David West is warming up. Lenny Dykstra's home run in the top of this inning put the Phillies on top 4-3. 2 outs and the bases empty in the bottom of the 10th. The 1-2 to game. He struck him out. And the Phillies have taken a 3-2 lead, and they'll take that advantage back to Philadelphia.
Chevrolet player of the game is Curt Schilling, who worked 8+ tremendous innings. Chevrolet will donate $1,000 in his name to the Special Olympics. Now for Tim McCarver and Jim Gray, I'm Sean McDonough saying so long from Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. The final score, Philadelphia 4 and Atlanta 3. You've been watching Major League Baseball on CBS Sports, home of the 1993 World Series. Good night, everyone.
The great masters defined civilization in Europe. Now we're defining it on the way there. United Airlines' renowned international service to 15 cities all across Europe. Come fly the airline that's uniting the world. Come fly the friendly skies.
When you look for champions, you look to CBS Sports.
This is CBS.
Inside a contemporary sedan, you'd expect a driver's seat to be tuned for greater support. It would recline and have lumbar adjustments for even greater comfort. And in a car this thoughtful, you might even expect to find a convenient place from which to conduct business. But this interior can't be found in any car. A car just couldn't handle the workload. New Dodge Ram. The rules have changed.
Murphy, that package you sent to Denver, it never got there.
Introducing tracking software from Federal Express.
Well, it was picked up at 5:20 last night, and it was delivered at 9:42 a.m. and signed for by Kate Donovan. Shall I call her for you, sir?
Never mind.
Now you can track packages right from your computer on your desk.
It was for immigrants and their children and their dreams. It was for families, for new beginnings. And today, there's still just one reason why we always do our best. It's for you. Mellon PSFS.
It's time to find out why people are buying the Mercury Villager instead of our minivan.
After you, sir.
We all can't fit in here.
Oh, no, you just slide the seat back.
It's actually very complicated. Like a V6 leather CD player, if you like that sort of thing, which I...
How does it drive?
Great. I mean...
It also has standard four-wheel anti-lock brakes.
The Mercury Villager. All this on the quality of a Mercury.
WCAU-TV Philadelphia. Now, Ken Matz, Jane Robelo, Herb Clark Weather, and Al Meltzer Sports. This is Channel 10 News.
Good evening, I'm Jane Robelo.
And I'm Ken Matz, and I'm a mess after that game. I think my deodorant failed somewhere in the knife.
And
yeah,
no more
I need a
fingernails
manicure
tonight.
too, sure.
But the good news is there's one more win to go, and the Phillies go all the way to the World Series. Here's the end of today's thriller. Nail-biter in Atlanta. You saw it moments ago on Channel 10. Lenny Dykstra saves the day, hitting a game-winning home run in the 10th inning. The Phils now lead the Braves 3 games to 2 in the National League Championship Series. One more victory will clinch it for the Phils. Hopefully that will happen right here at home. Channel 10's Siani Lee joins us live now from Atlanta's Fulton County Stadium, where a few Phillies fans got exactly what they came for. Right, Siani?
That's right, Jane. I tell you, I don't know how many more games like this that I can take. It's a chilly night here in Atlanta, but the Phillies fever is hotter than ever. We thought we were going to make it, but here we are. The Phillies came back on top for us again, and the fans are saying, hey, enough of this chop shop. Let's go home. A Phillies fan can feel pretty lonely in Braves country, but here in the upper deck in deep right field, the truly devoted, dressed proudly in red and white, let the players know it's time to go home for 2 more wins.
Go all the way. We got to get Crocker out there hitting. He can do it. We're going to take it at home. I think we're going to take 2, no doubts. No, with that crowd behind us, we're going to win.
Big Daddy Crook and the Croquettes couldn't be prouder.
They got a shirt out down in Philadelphia, and a little saying over the whole shirt. It says right there, he said, "Win, baby." And that's what we're going to do, I hope.
I don't know. Scary whenever they brought Mitch in.
What do you think about the fact that we're going to go back to Philadelphia?
We're going to win it.
What was that?
We're going to win it.
How do you know that?
We just will. We got our good pitchers coming up.
And for the fans back home, a message from Milt Thompson's wife, Mary.
Just keep the faith within the team and just cheer them on. Just as much as you can, and don't lose faith. Because I almost did myself, but, you know, it's wonderful. It's a great thing.
So keep the faith. Keep the Phillies fever going. We'll see you at the vet. Coming up in just a little bit, Ron Burke will be along. He's in the locker room right now getting some reaction to the game. Live in Atlanta, I'm Siani League, Channel 10 News. Back to you.
Glad you're smiling, Siani.
You betcha.
Thank you very much.
See you back here. Just one more win, and the Phillies, they go to the World Series. And Philly fans, of course they're loving it. Channel 10's Terry Ruggles joins us live from the Pitcher's Pub in Manayunk, where everybody's whooping it up, right?
Let me show you this. This is the only seat that's been empty in this bar for the past 3 hours. It has been pandemonium, but listen, rest assured, there have been some Maalox moments here this afternoon. Their bodies have been glued to the seats, their eyes to the TV screens at Pitcher's Pub. Philly fans pulling for their team.
Come on.
Inning after inning they watched, riding the emotional roller coaster that comes with every pitch and pop-up. The Phillies are counting on talent. The fans are counting on whatever will work.
I'm wearing the old Phillies cap just for good luck. 1980. We want to repeat.
You've had that since 80?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, but I have here with me the champion of all lucky charms here. Scott, tell me what you've got on.
All right, I got the jersey, I got the hat. I've worn these clothes since Wednesday. I got to wear this hat till they go to the World Series.
Therein lies the secret, ladies and gentlemen. Wear your Phillies clothes as long as you can. You've had this on since
Wednesday, the whole outfit.
And you take it off to bathe? You wear it to bed?
No, the whole time. The whole time. Underwear and everything, Terry. I'm telling you, everything, and the hat, just like this.
Very good. Very good. Okay.
Now, we're going.
There you go. You know what you've got to do. Reporting live from Manayunk, I'm Terry Ruggles with a whole lot of Philly fans.
You're a brave man, Terry Ruggles.
That's right, yeah. Stand back a couple of steps.
Thanks.
See you later.
He's all right. He's all right.
Well, the Phillies return home tonight, and of course you'll want to welcome them back. Be sure to be at gate 55 at Philadelphia International Airport tonight at 10 o'clock to give the Phillies a warm welcome home. And don't forget to stay tuned to Channel 10 for all of the Phillies action. The next Phillies-Braves game on Wednesday at Veterans Stadium. The time of that game has not been set yet. We'll let you know if it's an afternoon or an evening game.
Our other top story tonight, a threatened strike by employees at the two major Philadelphia newspapers could happen in less than an hour, but right now there are late developments, signs of new progress. A strike deadline set for 4 o'clock passed. So far, no walkout, and that's because negotiations continue at this hour. While those talks progress, unions representing 3,000 newspaper workers have set a new deadline, 7 o'clock tonight. So, the daily news at the newsstand at Broad and Locust could be the last of the non-strike newspapers you'll see for a while. Unions allowed publication and distribution of today's PM edition. Management would be called upon to put out tomorrow's papers in the event of a strike.
And Channel 10's team coverage begins with Luann Kahn, who's been covering this strike since early this morning, or threatened strike. She's standing by live in Center City with the very latest. Luann, anything new?
Well, yeah, they're right behind these doors right now. I think you could say it's the last inning here. It's kind of been like watching the Phillies today, the emotions running high and low. They did extend the deadline to 7 o'clock, so they've got another 20 minutes to see if they can wrap up the non-economic issues. And if they can do that, then they've got till midnight to see if they can wrap up the wage and benefit issues. Here's what the union had to say a little earlier. You decided to go along with an extension.
Because we don't want to strike, and we think now that the company is showing their sincerity that they don't want it either, and we feel that the time is needed to do that.
What a difference 12 hours has made.
Does it or not, okay? Because I'll tell you what, I'm tired of people like talking and not having the.
Early this morning, tempers were hot. The Guild, representing journalists and advertising employees, fumed when management didn't show up to talk.
It looks like a strike.
When company negotiators did arrive, they went in. They came out, in and out all day, till there was finally a break on a major issue. The company had a change of heart on 22 advertising workers. They wanted to work freelance on commissions only.
We are now saying that we would be willing for them to be included as members of the Guild.
The company did concede that they were a major issue.
Things started rolling after that. The drivers, the Guild, the mailers, all hammering out details on non-economic issues, now working toward a 7 o'clock deadline.
I am more optimistic now than I have been in the last couple of days.
Well, that was about an hour ago, and just a few minutes ago, Lion says, we don't know. They've got another 20 minutes, 7 o'clock deadline. We'll, of course, let you know what happens live in Center City. Luann Kahn, Channel 10 News. Back to you, Jane, Ken.
Thank you, Luann.
Our team coverage continues now. Let's bring on Dennis Woltering.
Dennis is in Upper Marion Township, where the Daily News and the Inquirer are both printed. Dennis, what's going on there?
Hi, Jane. Well, the strike deadline extensions came as a real relief for workers inside the P&I plant here in Upper Marion. All day long, union members here have been going about their daily jobs as they tried to listen for progress at the bargaining table. Outside, security here has been guarding the perimeter of the plant, and over here across the street, police from all over Montgomery County have set up a staging area to brace for possible trouble just in case this dispute does come to a strike. Upper Marion Township is taking advantage of a mutual aid agreement to supplement its police force on strike watch here. At one point, upward of 50 officers at this staging area across from the plant were bracing for a strike that could turn the P&I plant into a target for possible trouble.
It's obvious the newest up-to-date plant that they just started, and I would think that this is where it would start. The distribution is done out of here, so it seems likely this is where they'd come.
Through the day, as negotiators tried to break through barriers in the contract dispute, workers inside the plant nervously braced for the possible walkout.
Everybody is nervous about a strike, but like once again, we got to do what we got to do. A lot of people have families and mortgages to meet, and you know, if it takes a strike, well, then so be it.
We're like well prepared for a good couple months strike. We have our mortgage payment cut off for a couple months, our car payment, and all the other stuff.
But word of progress at the bargaining table and extended deadlines ease the tension. Reduced fears among union members that this dispute will come to a strike, tonight at least.
Well, I think everybody's happy that there's not going to be no strike.
You don't feel there is going to be a strike?
We don't feel it, no.
Well, they've extended this now.
Yeah, but we still think they're going to reach agreement.
I'm sorry. And some union members argued that today's progress in face of an imminent strike deadline shows the company has been stalling. In any case, everyone here seemed happy to hear about progress that could avert a strike. Live in Upper Marion, Dennis Woltering, Channel 10 News. Jane, Ken, back to you.
Thank you, Dennis.
Thanks, Dennis. The last strike of the Philadelphia newspapers was 8 years ago. It was September of 1985. Striking employees picketed in front of the Inquirer building on Broad Street. Employees at both papers, owned by the parent company, Knight Ridder, were on the picket lines over issues like wage disputes and job security. That strike, you remember, lasted 46 days. Stay with Channel 10 for continuing coverage of the Philadelphia newspaper strike threat. We'll keep you posted on all the day's news and the latest on the strike threat situation as well.
Right now in news around the world, American troops are heading to the volatile areas of Somalia and Haiti.
For details, we're going to go to the newsroom where Channel 10's Arthur Fennell is standing by in our satellite center. Arthur?
Well, Ken and Jane, we begin tonight with more American troops arriving in Somalia. American transport planes on the ground in Mogadishu, bringing in fresh troops and new cargo. Now, these new U.S. reinforcements arrived today, just hours after United Nations troops staged a show of support and force in Mogadishu overnight. They battled Somali forces loyal to warlord Mohammed Aidid. Now, Aidid, meantime, seen here in file video, still hasn't made any public appearances since his call on Saturday for a ceasefire. UN officials say they welcome the ceasefire and an opportunity to reach a political settlement to Somalia's troubles. And this was the turbulent scene in Haiti today as angry crowds kept the American ship, the USS Harlan County, from docking in Port-au-Prince. Just minutes ago, United States Secretary of State Warren Christopher told the Haitian military to allow those peacekeeping forces on the USS Harlan to land or face possible economic sanctions. Now, the United Nations Security Council, we understand, is meeting at this hour right now to consider a U.S. complaint and the next plan of action. We'll keep you posted. Live from the Satellite Center tonight, this is Arthur Fennell, Channel 10 News. Back to you, Ken and Jane.
Arthur, thanks very much.
And still to come on this special edition of the Channel 10 News, Orion Reed gives you good reason to pay special attention the next time you go to the grocery store. She found some stores are selling outdated foods.
And Herb Clark's been working on the forecast. What's coming up, Herb?
I'm exhausted. It makes me...
Wasn't it though?
I thought for a while we'd have to page General Sherman to take over down in Atlanta. We've had a glorious day today. Tomorrow's going to be a good day off from baseball because it's going to be wet. Show you the rain in a minute.
You can handle it.
Who? Me?
The BMW 318i.
In my dreams.
Right now, the 318i is just $24,000 and change.
Really?
We can make it happen. With low, you can handle it leasing.
I can handle it.
The BMW 318i, you can handle it. At your Delaware Valley BMW dealer.
Shop for carpet the ideal way. Just pick up your phone and call now. Ideal Carpet will bring hundreds of sale price carpets right to your home. Now buy any carpet and Ideal will install it free within 24 hours. Plus buy now with no money down, no payment for 6 months. It's the best carpet deal in town. A great sale price, free installation within 24 hours, and no money down financing. All from Ideal Carpet, all in your own home. Call now, 215-938-1252. Ideal Carpet for the best carpet deal in town.
What's clear? Crystal clear Amoco Ultimate. What isn't? All other premium gasolines. What's clear? Amoco Ultimate is the only premium refined an extra step to remove harmful impurities the others leave in every tankful. What's clear? Why we do it. For a cleaner environment and unsurpassed performance, crystal clear Amoco Ultimate.
I'm Arthur Fennell, inviting you to join Channel 10 in supporting the 3rd annual Black Achievers Recognition Banquet, Thursday, November 18th at the Society Hill Sheraton Hotel. The special guest speaker will be the Reverend Dr. Joseph E. Lowry, President.
Pennsylvania Governor Bob Casey on the mend tonight. He's still recuperating from complications that stem from a virus that put him in the hospital 2 weeks ago. Here he is, making that return trip to the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center back on September 28. Doctors tonight say the governor is recovering from a bowel infection that was apparently triggered by a virus. He ran a fever over the weekend, but now his temperature is back to normal. He's walking around, even going to physical therapy. Governor Casey underwent a heart and liver transplant back in June.
Channel 10's Herb Clark has been here working on the forecast and sweating bullets for the Phillies, as you know.
Working on the forecast and the Phillies, but you say rain is on the way, huh?
Well, clouds first. We got the clouds coming in a little later tonight, and that'll hold the temperature up to fairly mild levels. 54 degrees now, or was it 6 o'clock? 60 was our high. Normal high would be 68 degrees. It was chilly this morning at 40 degrees. Easterly breeze helping to bring some clouds into the area. They're pushing up from the south. That way, there are actually two systems of rainy weather, one down to the south, one back out to the west, and as they merge, they're rolling in on us. Early in the morning, we could get some downpours of rain, should taper off to showers during the afternoon. Map for tomorrow shows us in the rain and sharing that rain all the way from Virginia up through most of New England, but not too far back out to the west. The western half of Pennsylvania should be mostly in the dry. Cold front pushing through will clear us out sometime late tomorrow afternoon. Then it opens up very nicely for the baseball game again, either afternoon or night on Wednesday. For the tri-state area, we're looking at temperatures running on the chilly side again, but not as bad. 42 in the Poconos, your high 55 degrees tomorrow. Elsewhere will all be at around 60, 62 degrees for the high. Westerly breeze, 10 to 15 miles an hour. First, it'll start off from the east. Now, our forecast for tonight says increasing clouds with late rain. I think probably by or a little after midnight. Overnight low 48 degrees. The rain intensifies on toward morning, and drive time early in the morning could give us some heavy rain. That tapers to showers during the afternoon, and late afternoon we should see some clearing skies, 62 degrees. After that, it's all good, or mostly all good. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 60 to 65 degrees each day, and nice and dry, bright and October sunny. And on Saturday, partly sunny for most of the day. Late in the day, long way off, subject to change. Chance of a shower. Also warms up. Tomorrow, 62 degrees. It will be wet. 100% probability, we are told.
Well, but sunny when it needs to be.
Yes.
Thanks, sir.
Still to come on Channel 10 tonight, it's a quick switch at Veterans Stadium. It's goodbye Eagles, hello Phillies. See how the stadium workers make that transition.
My friends often ask why I get home delivery of Great Bear natural spring water. I tell them there are two reasons. First, it's convenient. I don't have to bring bottles home from the store, and I don't have to find room for them in the refrigerator. Instead, Great Bear brings pure spring water straight to my door. And even when I'm not at home, I can count on their dependable service. The second reason is I care about my family. I know water's good for them. I know it's better than the sugary soft drinks they'd be drinking otherwise. Oh yes, there's another reason why I get Great Bear home delivery. It's because Great Bear spring water tastes so good.
Call now to receive home delivery of delicious Great Bear natural spring water. We'll give you 2 bottles. That's 10 gallons free. Great Bear home delivery is convenient. Our service is dependable, and we're only a phone call away. So call now.
Well, gee, I wonder what's happening in the world of sports today.
Time for sports of all sorts with Big Al Meltzer, who's standing by in Channel 10 Newsroom. Sports Ed at 10. Any fingernails left, Al?
Well, I tell you what, I predicted that the Phillies would win it in 7. It might even be 6. That's okay. But what happened when the Phillies won on Sunday, everyone knew that they were going to come back home, so the vet had to get it all set and turned around. Early this morning, they were climbing all over Veterans Stadium, converting it from the gridiron to the diamond.
Because of the small window within which we have to work, both teams, I think, would like to get a workout in tomorrow, as well as the holiday situation. As I said before, these guys came in, you know, they're on holiday pay, but they still gave up their holiday to come in here to get the job done.
It takes anywhere from 40 to 50 people to get this thing converted from football to baseball. But what is the biggest singular problem?
The most difficult thing is the removal of the lines, and to get those lines up and to give the field a chance to dry properly, so that when we get back here on you know, Wednesday evening, it'll be dry.
Have any tickets for the next 2 games? By the way, on a just in case, are there any tickets available for Wednesday's game?
We're sold out for Game 6 at this point.
What about if there's a Game 7?
Well, if there's a Game 7, we will probably be making an announcement sometime tomorrow about availability of tickets. Right now, we're not prepared to put anything on sale.
There's a problem here if you have a ticket for Game 6. It could be an afternoon game if Chicago wins tomorrow night, or an evening game if Toronto wins tomorrow night. Are you following me on this? You better, because if you got a ticket, oh, well, it's only good news anyway. Time to check in with the moment on the minute. After giving up a 3-run lead in the bottom of the ninth, Lenny Dykstra takes a 3-2 pitch and nails it over the wall, and the Phillies hang on to win 4-3. 2 in a row in Atlanta. They come back home leading the series 3-2. Last night, the Phillies picked up a 2-1 win, and Mitch Williams pitched and lefties drive that could have been the ball game, but there is Milt Thompson. The Phillies have been doing everything right. They tied it up there, 2-2 in the series. What happened to the Eagles? It was a bad day for Bubby. Intercepted twice, sacked 7 times, fumbled twice, and the Eagles lose to the Bears, 17-6. Flyers lost their first game of the season last night at home against Toronto. They had a 2-0 lead, went down 4-2, tied it up at 4-4, and then gave up the game winner with a couple of minutes left in regulation. Toronto 5, Philadelphia 4. Now remember, all of the games are going to be right here on Channel 10, be it afternoon or evening or whatever, Game 6, if there's a Game 7, and of course the World Series. I pick him to go. Ronnie is still in Atlanta, and we'll be checking in with him shortly with a happy bunch of guys, I'm sure. What a day!
Absolutely. We'll see you later.
Okay.
Thanks, Vic. And when Ken and I return tonight, a focus report that you need to see before you buy any more groceries. We'll tell you how some stores are selling food after the expiration date. Next.
This Christmas, fill your home with joyous holiday music from the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra. Time Life Music proudly presents the Royal Christmas Collection, 3 complete albums of glorious holiday music. Your first album brings you an hour of the songs and carols you love most. Second, you'll get one of the great Christmas treasures, the complete Nutcracker Suite. Your third album brings you Handel's magnificent Messiah. The Royal Christmas Collection brings you all 3 classic albums on cassette for $19.99 or on compact disc for $29.99. It is not sold in stores. So call now to order the Royal Christmas Collection and make this your brightest holiday ever.
To order the Royal Christmas Collection, use your credit card and call 1-800-866-6300. That's 1-800-866-6300. Or send $19.99 for 3 cassettes or $29.99 for 3 compact discs, plus $4 shipping and handling to Royal Christmas Collection, Department 1, Richmond, Virginia, 23280.
You probably wouldn't pick up a carton of milk without checking the price, but do you also check the date? Tonight in a Channel 10 Focus Report, Orion Reed says you need to check because some supermarkets don't.
Look at what our Channel 10 News hidden camera found. Would you eat cream cheese that was more than a month out of date? Or pay over $15 for an old piece of ham? That's what we found in some of the 12 Philadelphia supermarkets checked for outdated food. How safe is bologna that's over 2 months out of date?
The likelihood is that you might have a problem with this. It could cause a foodborne disease just because the date is expired.
Stomach aches, diarrhea, fever, vomiting can all be symptoms of a foodborne disease. How big is the problem? We checked 2 stores in each supermarket chain. At the Mount Airy shopping bag on Stenton and Washington Lane, we found 200 outdated foods. At the Superfresh at Wayne and Chelton, we found 178. At the Cheltenham Square Thriftway, we found 68 outdated foods. And at the Thriftway at 24th and McKean in South Philadelphia, we found 65 outdated foods. We watch shoppers put things in their cart without ever checking dates. Diane, I see that you have some yogurt in here. Did you check the date on this yogurt before you bought it?
Oh, no, actually, I didn't. But...
Here's what can happen when you don't check. This Thriftway at Cheltenham Square had some sausage and cheese from 1992. And the shopping bag at Stenton and Mount Airy had cheeses and dips from last January.
What we found is that we probably have a rotation problem, that we weren't as rotating as effectively as we should have been. Yes, there's mud in my face for this, but I have to accept that because you are here doing the job you're supposed to be doing. If I'm wrong, then I have to stand accountable for it.
Johnson owns a Mount Airy shopping bag. When we went back to check, he had cleaned up his store. But Johnson's store wasn't the only one with a lot of outdated foods. The Ivy Hill Pathmark and 6th and Federal shopping bag each had 30. 2 ShopRites at 67th and Haverford and in the 6700 block of Frankfort Avenue were close. The Chestnut Hill Superfresh on Mermaid Lane had 15 outdated foods. How could this Superfresh at Wayne and Chelton have 178? And this one, only 15.
As soon as we found out about that, we took immediate corrective actions. And I think most important that I can tell you today, assure you and all of our customers that all of the Superfresh stores are up to the quality code standards that you found in our Mermaid Lane store.
There was one store in our survey that had no outdated foods. We checked this Pathmark on Frankfort Avenue and didn't find any outdated foods on its shelves. Stores don't have to put dates on foods. Only milk is required to have a date on it. Dates on products for 2 reasons: to help you and the store know how long it will be fresh. So it's up to you and the store to pay attention to those dates. This is Orion Reed, Channel 10 News.
Now, we contacted all of the stores in our report, and they say that having outdated food on their shelves obviously is not their policy, and they took steps immediately to rectify that situation. Now, coming up tomorrow at 5 o'clock, it sounds like something out of a Dr. Seuss book, but this is the kind of green ham that our Channel 10 hidden cameras found. Orion Reed continues her focus report with a look at some other stores with outdated food. That tomorrow at 5 o'clock.
I hope you're not having dinner right now.